Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Ancient Tom, welcome to the stream. We are live from the start zone. It is what it is. I did get a free trip back to the start zone because the flag that I was on was destroyed and the enemy built their own flag. It was somewhere around here, I think. Maybe one of these flags. So I got the free trip back into the start zone, which is nice because I have 0 teleports. So I was happy to use my frequent flyer miles. And, you know, considering I have 0 teleports, and it costs 750 gems to port somewhere else. Maybe I'll stay here for the rest of the KvK. Or maybe I'll get closer to people and so I can do some barb forts. We shall see. We shall see. Baby Raccoon, welcome to the stream. Meow meow. Shout out to all the cats in the Handsome Devils, such as Meowster Easy, but another excellent KvK. And you know, when you lose a KvK, I think, I mean, there's a few big questions that end up getting asked. For me personally, I personally just ask myself, did I play well? What could I have done better? How do I do better in the future? But then as a group, you ask yourself the question, did we play well? Are there things we need to fix? Was this outcome in our control or not? And then after that, and this is probably the most important question, you ask yourself, okay, are our good players going to leave or are they going to stay? Let me throw some auxiliary skills on this double C here as I get back into chaining mode. You can see that I'm kind of WPI Burnus, who won the KvK? The enemies won. The enemies won. And we'll definitely go over all of it. I'll show you Kingsland. And do kind of a final debrief of the KvK. To some extent. I'll make some videos of it later as well, but you know, I think I've been pretty good about just chronicling what's happened as the KvK has gone on. And so I do want to wrap it up in the same way that I've told the story as it goes on. And so we'll do some of that on the stream tonight. But I'm also going to chain barbs and open some armament chests and just get back into rebuild mode. WPI Burnus says you guys are pretty organized, so interested to see what gave you issues. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot to criticize in our as far as what we did, but I think on the last day we made some pretty significant mistakes. I think I made some pretty significant mistakes on the last day. And the swing from our win condition being very high to us, you know, losing was like pretty massive over a 12-hour period. And so, you know, I have to analyze those mistakes. I have to be honest about those mistakes. Because I've never actually seen a KvK swing so quickly over a 12-hour period where I was convinced we were going to win. And then within, you know, 6 hours of me thinking that way, we had lost for sure. And so that was a pretty crazy swing that happened. And I think maybe I could have prevented it, maybe not. It's hard to say. But we'll definitely get into that as the stream gets going. Only Farmer, welcome to the stream. Baby Raccoon says we lost KvK 2, about 20 people and more counting in the final. Lost about 20 people and more counting in the following days. Yeah, so I think the really big question that you end up asking is, I'm already screwing up the barb chain and I should have hit this level 45 barb first. The big question is, are people going to leave? Is your talent going to leave? Because that's like the big deal in these situations. You know, if you played well, which I do think we played very well, and then your players decide to stay, then like what's the real damage in the loss? It's pretty minor. And I was just laying in bed last night, kind of going through some things, giving myself a very hard time, and I saw some people on Voice, and I just thought to myself, you know what? If I'm going to be thinking about this KvK and talking to myself about it, then I might as well, you know, talk to my friends about it instead. And look, I don't know if everyone's going to stay, but I mean, like Algebra, who's a member of this channel, and one of our best players, he seemed pretty clear about the fact that he was going to stay. And I think, and he was like very like bullish about how we played and like what our future is. And I think for me, Algebra is kind of like a bellwether of where our talent is at with things. And, you know, there's also a ton of talent in the 1252 group that has been here for 2 KvKs now. And I think what's fantastic about the 1252 group is, 1, they're a great group of people. 2, they're very good players. And 3, they're like a very big group. All right, so I'm going to also remove the auxiliary skill from Jan and put my Richard back in commission. That's how you know it's over. And so I don't think like the 1252 group's going anywhere. I don't think our sort of like old talent is going anywhere, whether it's I don't know, you know, Eli or Japarl or Sanreal. You know, I don't think Sanreal's going anywhere. I don't think Bogus is going anywhere. You know, so, and like I haven't talked to Meowster or anything, and even like I Eat Calves, like this guy I Eat Calves who used to be in Peak, who played like very, very well, and it was his first KvK here. I reached out to him and I was just like, hey, you played really, really good. Hope you were happy with how this KvK went, since it was your first one here. And he did seem to be happy with everything that happened, and it sounds like he's going to stay as well. So, and you know, we may get some good recruits in as well. I think we're talking with some groups that are interested in coming to 770. It's like, that's the big thing. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like if you lose, but your group stays strong, your team stays strong, then it's not that big of a deal. It definitely hurts to lose to this opponent, for sure. It would have been nice to beat this opponent. Partly because we fought for so long and it was such a tough fight, and also because there was some animosity there. And it would have been nice to get the special inscription, for sure. Because I made a mistake last KvK, and I bought a second destructive inscription, which I have not used. But for my Justinian rally, for my Justinian Nevsky rally, I actually really need this hunter inscription. Because Justinian Nevsky is a nuking wedge formation rally, but I currently have, my rally set right now is basically just this arch formation set that I have, this open field arch formation set. But my wedge set is actually pretty good. My wedge set has some pretty nice stats on it. Not amazing, but if you add like a hunter inscription to this armament right here, this wedge set becomes like very serviceable on a Justinian rally. So it would have been nice to get an inscription, a special inscription. Alloys, welcome to the stream. Thank you for using my one emoji. One of the things in the off season that I will definitely work on is getting more emojis, starting a Discord, and definitely doing a lot of videos from past wars, doing videos about like what's happening in ROK right now. There's plenty to do in the off season, and that was actually kind of a nice thing to realize. Just a couple hours ago, as I was getting ready for the stream and doing like Golden Kingdom and stuff, is that as much as I need to recover in this game, and I don't really want to compete too hard in this game for a while, there's still a lot of competing and things to do with my YouTube game. So even if I take a break from ROK, the game itself, I'll still be pushed to bring my A game to the YouTube side. And I did like that feeling because, I don't know, I'm trying to get into like my A game mode at this point after a few months of being pretty dusty. WPI Burna says, how many of a KvK that you guys carried most, then going into a tough KvK have anything to do with it? Well, WPI Burnus, I don't think we carried the last KvK. I think that 1718 carried the last KvK. You know, the last KvK was like my favorite. That's the favorite war I've been in ever, by far. Because it was like this very comfortable situation where we kind of had confidence we were going to win the whole way. Like day one of the war was very good to us. But it was like a tough fight the whole time. And we kind of we were led by 1718. 1718 did most of the strategic planning for the KvK. I think Addy would take some issue with that because, you know, we did do a bunch of fort drops that expanded our territory and ultimately broke open the map for us. And so, you know, it was a team effort in terms of strategy. But they like carried the actual the fighting side of it. Right? We were whenever we had these very big fights, they were the ones setting the markers and leading the way, and we were kind of like the support group that was helping them. So, yeah, I don't think we carried the last KvK. I think the last KvK was just it was just a very good KvK. I don't think it hurt us for this one. I think we were like not super prepared, right? We were not like, we didn't have a bunch of easy KvKs before this. And so we weren't, you know, well stocked on well stocked on resources and speed ups and teleports and stuff like that. Whereas like 1393 has obviously had a bunch of easy KvKs in a row. And I mean, 2217 also won Orleans last time. So I'm guessing they had a pretty hard KvK as well. So yeah, I don't think that was a big factor. I think that we had a tough opponent, and ultimately they were just stronger than us. You know? And we never got to link up with our allies. Like, not once in this entire KvK did we ever fight with our allies. And I think that was a very big deal also. We were just completely, we were always outnumbered. We had to fight Picardy in Champagne, because that was the only 1v1 we were going to get. Our turnout at the beginning of this fight was not great. The enemy was very strong. We lost the 1v1 here in Champagne. And at that point, the KvK becomes very difficult. And I think it was only through very good territorial management by Adinavo and others, and Uni as well. I mean, Uni from 2263 was, I think, largely responsible for this fort drop here, which was the ultimately critical fort drop that got us back into Ile-de-France. It was only through stuff like that and us just like continuing to fight hard. That's the only thing that kept us in this KvK at all. And you know, we almost flipped the whole thing on its head. Thanks, welcome to the stream. I don't think I'm the greatest streamer of all time, but I'm gonna try my best to get there. Lil QB says, you checking out Kingdoms? Check out mine, 3112. I honestly think we're the best KvK3 DC ever. No, I'm not really checking out Kingdoms. I'm happy here. I like the team we have. One never knows what the future holds. Things do change in this game. Things do change in this game. And I'm guessing that it's going to be about 5 months before we have our next, like, really tough fight. As I have this invisible double C here. Okay. Invisible double C does get the heroic pull there. I could totally rock an invisible double C this whole stream, I think. Yeah, I'm not really looking to change. Like I said, our team is very good, and we'll see what the future holds. My whole thing is, like, if I have 5 months of not having a tough fight in this game, then I just need to sort of, like, improve myself as a person, get in better shape, get a lot of work done, sort of maybe repair some things with my boss, because I have kind of been a shit show for the last 3 weeks straight fighting in this war. Improve my YouTube channel, improve some of the relationships with people in the Handsome Devils, and go from there, basically. Because as big of a deal as this game is, it's not life. You lose KvKs. If you play good in a KvK, it's sort of like, what is there to be upset about? I made mistakes, and so I'm a little bit upset about things, but it's very interesting to hear how other people sort of assess the result, and how the way they assess the result is different than how I assess it. I think some people put, like, a bit more blame on others, which is very, like, reasonable, and it kind of, like, keeps the vibes good for our group. Whereas I'm just, like, very tough on myself and tough on our own mistakes. And so I will sort of say, like, well, yeah, but we screwed up here. Like, we should have, protected against this mountain hop. We should have, like, not let ourselves get disconnected. And what I'm saying might be more honest. It might be equally honest. But what I say is definitely not, like, helping the vibe in the same way that's saying, well, we did great. Other people let us down. It is what it is. Licktone says, are you a big spender in ROK? No, I'm just like a low to medium spender. I've spent a little over $10,000 in this game, and I've played for over 5 years. So I've probably spent right around $2,000 a year playing this game. There was a brief period where I spent more. There was a time where I spent less, a brief period when I spent more, and now I'm sort of back to, yeah, probably spending about $2,000 a year. Cherry, welcome to the stream. WPI Burnus, I appreciate the compliment. Will QB says, I mean, just for content, I always think it's interesting to get a content creator's perspective. Yeah, I mean, I definitely am open to the idea of having an account in another kingdom where I'm just like a regular player and I can stream more often. Like, I can stream the actual fighting more often because I'll just be like this, like, open field, chilled out person, right? I think there's merit to me doing that. I don't know that I really have time to, like, build up and play another account and get all the resources and speedups needed for a new account, but I might have the time to do that, and I might do that. I have a account that I play in 1079 sometimes, and so I'll hopefully stream some more 1079 KvKs in the future. Beyond that, I'm not sure if I'm going to expand more or not. I might. It just depends on time. Rio says, is investing in legendaries early game worth it anymore? I don't really think so, Rio. I don't really think so. I think at this point, you would only be investing in YSG. But, like, I don't think YSG... I mean, I didn't even use YSG in this KvK, right? I did not even use YSG. YSG was literally a... Like, so he's not on my list here, because he's not... Oh, he is on the list, never mind. YSG was just a auxiliary commander. And I don't even know who I put him on. Maybe Guan? No? Boudica? Yeah, I put YSG on Boudica. My Boudica Zug March has YSG in it. Now, I think if you wanted to go 2 archers, you could do something like Boudica YSG and then Zug Nebu. Or I don't know, people call it Zebu, and I assume that means the Zug is the primary, although I'm not certain of that. Shout out to Eli out here. Is he chaining with Pakal? All right, I'm gonna go over here and steal Eli's. I'm gonna steal his barb cluster over here. Is he really chaining with Pakal? Rio says only 511 Richard. Yeah, I think 511 Richard would be fine. Yeah, absolutely. Alice says that's about what I spend. I only spend on crystals. I enjoy only playing 1 account, not getting burned out on the game. Yeah, that's really the big reason that I would not want to have another account is 1, the amount of time it would require, and 2, burnout. Because the fact that I'm not burnt out on the game after this KvK is pretty crazy, honestly. I don't know what it means that I'm like not burnt out. I'm really glad it's over. I was like relieved when it was over, and I realized like, oh, I can just like have a bit of my time back, and I don't have to be like stressed every single day. But yeah, I don't want to burn out. I really don't want to burn out. Which is basically what I've always done in this game, is I've like worked really hard to not burn out, because being familiar with games like this, I realized long ago that the key to a game like this is that you just keep playing. Like you keep playing every single day. And the way you build like a really strong account is just to play every single day for a long time. And so I've always actively like worked against getting burnt out. When in our past Kingdom 159, when things were like, when there was like a lot of drama going on and people were like leaving and there was just like all this drama happening, I just sort of like stayed behind in 159. I was like, I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna just chill in this kingdom for a while. And it was like a very small group of friends that stayed with me there. SLD5 stayed with me. Jan was still there. Bo Tiger had an alt account there. And so we had just like a very small group, but it was good for me. It was like a different experience. And so I've always tried to not burn out. And one of the sort of deals that we have with our kingdom is that, and this is kind of like me insisting on this deal, is that for every 2 hard KvKs we have, we're going to have 1 easy KvK. Because I don't have like a ton of fun in these super tough KvKs. And I just think everyone needs a break. I think there's plenty of players in our alliance who enjoy the easy ones. And so I think we have to give us that. So yeah, Aloys, I know exactly what you mean, where it's like, you just don't want to burn out, you know? Above and beyond everything else, you just don't want to burn out. And I'll be honest, for me, like the burnout comes from drama. It doesn't come from the game. For me, the burnout comes from drama. And just, you know, dealing with, either people either putting the drama on me or just like dealing with personalities that I don't want to deal with. That's where I get super drained. It's like super drained. And there wasn't like a lot of that in this KvK, but there was definitely like a little bit. There was some like animosity. There was animosity both inside our group and also more so outside from opponents and stuff like that. And you know, like that stuff got to me like a little bit, and that brought my vibe down, and I think led me to like question my decisions to an extent that did affect things last night. But we'll get into what happened at the end of this war. We'll get into it. Alex says I need some easy KvKs. I've never really had one. Lucky says, what kind of drama are you talking? Well, like in the past, we just had some leadership stuff. Like back in 159, we just had some leadership stuff where there was like an attempted takeover of leadership. And I was sort of like caught in the middle of it and probably did not handle it remotely well. All right, hope. Yeah, I was not even paying attention to this situation, but I may have slightly taken Eli's stuff. But I mean, you just take what he could have been AFK for hours. I can't give away a cluster like that. There's just not enough clusters in this zone. Yeah, I think it's just a lot of it's like leadership drama. I think a lot of it comes down to leadership drama. Because there's like, generally speaking, there's more people who want to be in charge than are able to be in charge. And for me personally, I'm not like a great leader. Like I have flaws. I have lots of flaws. A big reason I'm in the position that I'm in is simply because I've been a leader of this team for 5 years, and so I've just been like grandfathered in. And I've long said that I'm really not that smart and not that good at this game, but I've always played it with a mouse and with a keyboard. And that's been my biggest advantage, is that I just type very fast. I use a keyboard. And because I'm using a PC and a mouse, I have very good control. All right, Eli can have that cluster. It's on stream that I'm giving him that cluster. He's also faster than me, so what can I do about it? Wilf QB says, that's why I joined the Chinese Kingdom, because I have no idea what's happening and what they're saying. Yeah, there's a part of me that's been like, you know what? If I ever moved somewhere, what if I just go to like 1718? What if I just go to like 1718 and have like no idea what they're saying and just fight? But the problem with that is like, it doesn't give you content. You know, like the really amazing thing that I have in 770 is that, you know, I'm like a long-term member of this group. And so like I can kind of talk about, you know, just about anything I want. I use a little bit of discretion, but like if I went somewhere else, it would be so different. It would be like, I would not be comfortable like talking about the team or like criticizing things anywhere near to the extent that I am critical of myself and also just what we do. It would be totally different if I was in a different group. And if I went to like a kingdom with a different culture that spoke a different language, I think then I could get into some real trouble with my brand of honesty. Or Vietnamese kingdoms. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of very strong Vietnamese kingdoms. I think something that is happening in this game is that, you know, there are a lot of like countries that are smaller than the United States who have very vibrant gaming cultures. South Korea is obviously like the dominant country for esports throughout history. And so they have a huge gaming culture in South Korea. I think Vietnam has always had a very good gaming culture as well. I know that, you know, a game like Age of Empires 2, which Age of Empires 2 has been around for almost 30 years now. I mean, I remember playing Age of Empires 2 when it came out, and so that was probably in like 1995. But like AoE 2 is a super old game, and yet I think is largely the Vietnamese community who just like kept playing it for years and years and years and kept that game alive. And I do see like a very strong Vietnamese community in this game as well. And my sense, that my very like unscientific sense, is that the Vietnamese community in Rise of Kingdoms is getting stronger and stronger and bigger. Whereas I think maybe that ROK is becoming less important in the South Korean community. That's just a sense. I mean, you know, I mean, 1v is not quite what it used to be. You know, the Korean Alliance in our kingdom has had better performances than they had in this KvK. They're still very strong, and they came on strong at the end, but they're not exactly at their peak. And so it seems to me that maybe, like, you know, these different countries are going to have different futures in this game. And I think that's something to be aware of. I never know if it's worth it to just do 2 barbs. Like, Is it worth it to do 2 barbs versus like doing a barb fort? I feel like a barb fort is better value than 2 barbs. Especially because I'm somewhat AP limited. I've got like 32... I've got like 43k AP. It's not bad. I mean, that's not bad for 17 days left, but I'm almost certainly going to go through it. Algebra, welcome to the stream. Lucky says, I know you're fond of your teammates, etc., but sometimes you have to try a different thing to have a better experience. For instance, immigration. Yeah, I'm definitely not there. I'm definitely not at that point. I'm definitely not at that point. I just need to get kind of my mojo back as a leader. I think I just lost a little bit of confidence during this KvK from losing. And I became a little bit less assertive. And I didn't really apply first principles as much to my decisions. And I just like deferred like way too many decisions. It was just, there are too many things where I was like, let's wait for Addy to come on and decide. Where I just needed to like I just needed to be more assertive and use first principles to make decisions. But I just didn't have the confidence, and you know, that's on me. Carlson says, can't lie, leadership drama is so fun. I'm mid KvK and leaders are still worried about a traitor. Like, bro, what the F? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, we've had like a very stable situation for a while. But I think the issue with a stable situation is that like, what makes it stable is that you have very few people doing the leading, and then, you know, we all know our roles and stuff, and there's like, we're not like, our roles are not challenged because like no one else is interested in doing that work, but then we end up doing so much of that work that we can sort of like burn out, or you know, in my case, my mind just like kind of like starts to shut off at a certain point in a war. You know, like we're somewhere around, I don't know, day 15 or day 16, my mind just was like, you know what, I don't really want to think that hard anymore. I'll go through the motions, I'll help us fight, but you know, territory planning, stuff like that, I'm just, my mind no longer has the space for that. Algebra, yeah, I think I said hi to Algebra. Yeah, what's good? You know, since we're the chat's starting to get oh, here's a message from Saul X, who was a very tough opponent. I watched your video. I definitely think you guys were the toughest enemy. Oh, and I've swarmed 4 million T5 away, bro. Of course, we saved for Kingsland. GG either way. It's been fun but tiring. I give you a like. I still like. Good luck in the future. I meant to say I like your camp's effort. Yeah, I think I said about Saul that I wasn't sure how many deads Saul was taking. And I mean, I think I said that because like he still had a lot of power. And like in terms of like the 2217 like nighttime crew that would like defend as best they could when they went into their downtime, you know, Saul was like the main annoyance in the open field because he was just always out there with 5 or 6, I think, largely T5 marches. What did he say here? That he oh, and I've swarmed away 4 million T5 away. Okay, so yeah, he was just like rocking heavy tier 5, and once this war got to like a slower point where everyone was drained, somebody like Saul, who was still out there with like 5 or 6 T5 marches, that one player is like a real terror and can be like a major annoyance. And I think the big thing that happens in wars like this is that when it gets down to the end, it's really just the whales that are left, and the whales can have like more of an impact than ever because they're just the only one who has speed ups left. They're the only one who has troops left, and they still have all that amazing gear that makes them just like incredibly tough to deal with in the open field. And there were certainly times where Saul alone kind of like wore us down, or not wore us down, but he stopped us from like burning flags because he would just like stand at a flag, and it was like, well, I mean, we could rally this flag and bring like, you know, we could try to get like 12 open field marches out here, and then we could probably deal with Saul. But like sometimes we just didn't have those 12 open field marches. Lucky, I did not go to the ROK meetup in California earlier this year. I wish I had known about it. I think I might have I think that might have been a reason for me to drive out to LA, because I just don't drive to California nearly enough. And so if they do another ROK meetup in Southern California, I would like to go to it, actually. Because actually it looked like really fun. Like free food, tons of good giveaways. And like the open bar would be like a real problem for me. But it is what it is. So, I mean, yeah, since we're about 30 minutes into this stream, let me go ahead and talk about the end of this KvK. And let me think about how exactly I want to get into this. Yeah, so I guess first things first, about a day ago, not about a day ago, like 2 days ago, we did break back into Ile-de-France. And here is us breaking into Ile-de-France. We destroyed, the enemy's forts finished burning down. We broke into Ile-de-France at about 11 UTC, which is, I would say, near the tail end of the 1393 uptime. We broke into this zone. We, looted a few farms that were off territory. I was like super tired at this point. I had been up working and I was going to go to bed very soon. So actually all I ended up doing was I just ran around this zone with my Justinian William and killed gatherers for a bit. And, we were talking about a fort drop. It was like, we should do a fort drop. We should do a fort drop. And I just said to Captain and Idun, the two, top female leaders of our alliance, I just said, you all decide where to place the fort. I'm tired and I'm done thinking. And so I just ran around and killed some gatherers with Justinian, and then I went to bed. And when I woke up the next day, the situation looked a lot better. And I will show you... I won't show you the exact moment that happened, but here's like the next day. This is about 11 hours later. This is about 11 hours later. And I would say this is the point where our win condition was quite high. I mean, if you look at this map right now, I think our win probability is something like 80%. A few hours later, it felt to me like 90%. Like, I literally thought we won this thing. But so our allies are here in turquoise and red. And I think the key thing you want to look at is the lower right portion of the map where my Boudica is. Because we are touching a number of these Averni forts. We have this enemy in dark blue. And like as the next few hours would go on, we would circle all of these forts and we would be burning all of these forts. And this Nam fort had this Nam fort was pretty low at this point. I think we had been at this flag for a decent bit of time. And so this was like day change on the 20th. And basically we were going to at about 20 UTC, about 21 hours from now, we were going to start disconnecting all of the dark blue territory in Kingsland. Like when their forts went down, and their forts were very difficult to defend, because they were right outside the pass, they could only teleport a couple cities there, and if we had open field, we could shut off all the rains by just guarding the pass. So these were like forts that we were like pretty much guaranteed to burn down if we had the time to do it. And so about 23 hours from now, we were going to start disconnecting all the territory in Kingsland from Averni. And our allies at the same time, they had about half the territory in Kingsland. They had been doing very well earlier in the day against the enemy. I think morale was on our side. And so in this situation, at this moment in time, I would be hard-pressed to say that we are not better than an 80% chance to win this KvK. Ari says, not gonna lie, I thought we were done for at one point. Yeah, and so I guess I will just say what happened from this point on. Let me see if I have a video. of... Yeah, I guess I can show this. Okay, so this is at... let me give you the time on this. So remember, it's like 20 UTC is when we are going to start getting into Kingsland. This is at 3 UTC. This is when the enemy started to push back in Kingsland. And I think it's good that I'm showing like an actual flag defense by Turquoise Camp here. Because quite frankly, there were not a lot of flag defenses by Turquoise Camp. Like once the enemy pushed back, and once Turquoise Camp went into their downtime, like all that turquoise territory that I showed you in the previous video, basically, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but from what I saw, basically all of the turquoise territory, like after this point, this might have been like the last flag defense basically. But after this, like basically all the territory, the turquoise territory in Kingsland was simply free burned by the enemy. Like turquoise went offline, they have significant downtime, and they never actually teleported back into Kingsland and defended their territory. It just all got free burned by the enemy. And now here on the south, it's a different story here in the south, right? Our allies here are 2313. 2313 fought very well. They just kept fighting, right? When they had downtime, Dark Blue would push them back. When 2313 and Red had uptime, they would push them back. It was just a back and forth thing that is based around uptime and downtime. And like uptime and downtime are a very big part of this game. Like, you know, if you look at like the war between 1647 and 2293, who are both A kingdoms, like all of the kingdoms in this KvK, you see that downtime is a huge deal. When it's 2293 uptime, they take a ton of territory. And then when it's 2293 downtime, 1647 took a bunch of territory. So uptime and downtime is a very big deal for almost all A kingdoms. We are unique in that sense because we actually have, you know, a Korean alliance and an English-speaking alliance, and we cover each other's downtime quite well. And all right, so this is way later. So let me just go back to I'm going to just quickly go back to. Actually, let me do this. Let me do this. You know, and so like the last thing I was going to say about that, and this is going to be a bit of excuse making, but you know, at the end of the day, our enemies here, 2293 and 1393, they were magically paired together and they covered each other's downtime. You know, I think they both have pretty significant downtime, and but that was magically solved by them being paired together in a camp, which, you know, fair enough. Like I said, we had incredible allies last KvK in 1718. And sometimes you just get very strong allies, and you know, oftentimes that's like a very big deal, and that's kind of what wins these things. Okay, so let me just quickly refresh you on the state of things when things were looking good for us. Why am I missing that? Okay, here it is. Yeah, so again, so this was the state of things. And now, how did we lose from here? Well, number one, you know, Turquoise just got free burned out of Kingsland. And so the enemy at a certain point was able to focus on us. And we're down here in the lower right corner, and you see we have a very vulnerable flag line, right? There's no, it's like it can all be connected to, it can be disconnected. You know, it can be disconnected from the north here. And then all of what we're doing here at these forts can be wrecked. And, you know, I mean, basically, I woke up, I was very well rested yesterday. I got on, I did some fighting against a Vernie. And then I was sort of like, you know what, I need to work. I'm going to work, and I'm going to, because I like Uni and others were, just like handling this situation here like very well, right? They built around, from P, we built around here. We started burning the Squirt Fort. I mean, you can see these forts are like, even in like over a day later, you can see these forts were very close to going down. So like this area was being handled, and I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna go I'm going to go into Ile-de-France and I'm going to build over here. Like these are some flags that I built on like the final night of war. And I was like, I'm just going to build these flags while I work, and it's just like something that I can do to be productive. But the reality is, what I should have done is I should have gotten my work done very quickly, and I should have just looked at the map and been like, okay, how can we lose from here? Like, what is the nature of the threat against us, and how can we lose? And, you know, this is something that Shoto drew. Earlier in the night in officer chat, I had recommended, hey, maybe W4R should build flags like right here, you know, where this arrow is. To just like, in case 1393 attacks our flag line in P, let's at least have like some flags that will slow them down that can give us like time to prepare for it. And then Shoto, who's had a lot of great ideas about territory in this KvK, he messaged me with this diagram. He was like, why don't we build flags here? Which his idea was better than mine. Obviously, you want to put the flags on the other side of the river, because you know, it's easier to defend here. And, you know, I was like, hey, you know, maybe we should probably build some flags in W4R here. I brought it up a few times in our camp officer chat. I actually pinged the leaders of W4R. And then, you know, someone else said, you know, Addy said that they should save their crystals, because they literally only had enough crystals for 3 flags. Like if we did this plan, it would have just been all of the crystals. And so, you know, their leader was like, you know, should we build these flags? And I passed off the decision making. I said, okay, well, you know, if Addy said that we should save the crystals, then let's save the crystals. I basically, what I said was, if you have enough crystals to build 10 flags, then build these. If you only have enough crystals for 3 flags, then I guess we should save them. And it's just like, at the end of the day, you know, I was just wasting my time slowly working and building these pointless freaking flags over here in Ile-de-France. You know, I got all the way up to the pass here. I was just thinking ahead. I was like, well, it'll be nice to, you know, link up with our allies at this pass and stuff. And the enemy is presumably distracted in Kingsland, so they'll like let me get away with building some flags for free, which is basically what they did. But what I needed to do was because here, let's go back to this map here. So here's the thing, right? Here in purple, right? Like 1393 is here. They're like along this, you know, they're just like 2/3 of the way down this zone. But what ultimately happened, actually, they ended up flagging here. I'll show you in the game. All right, so this is the big thing that happened, is that they started flagging this way. They started flagging this way, and then they were able to mountain hop us right here. They started flagging this way, and they were able to mountain hop us right here. And at the same time, they attacked down from this red territory here. They attacked down along the you know, right along the path that we were trying to protect against, that we did not protect against. And at the end of the day, I was like, thought we were gonna win. So like, I went out and bought a 6-pack of beer. I was just like I was fat and happy. You know, I had winner's tilt. In poker, you call it winner's tilt, which is like when you're winning, you start to play worse because you're just like, oh, it's all good, no big deal. I have like someone else's chips that I'm playing with. I can just like gamble more. It's called winner's tilt, and I had winner's tilt last night, where because I thought we were winning, I started to play basically worse than I had played in the whole KvK. Because what I should have done is I should have gotten my work done, and I should have just looked at the map and said, what is the nature of the threat we have here? Because, you know, later on in the night, and look, Addy had been up for like 20 hours, he passed out for a couple hours, and then he went to work. All right, so like he's not paying like insane attention to the game. It was my shift, and I should have been paying insane attention to the game. And so like the plan was we were just going to use peace crystals to like cut off Averni in all sorts of places. And so like we flagged down to this level 5 pass, we flagged to the left here and cut off their territory. But like just imagine if we had used those crystals instead to build, you know, like a nice little cluster of flags right around here. You know, what if we had been able to notice that this mountain hop was possible? What if I had been closely monitoring the game and I would have noticed them starting to build flags forwards this mountain hop? But I wasn't doing any of those things. I was working, and I was just like being an idiot, you know? And you know, by the time this all was in motion, it was simply too late. You know, we built a Yurdi fort here. Our plan was that we would build these other forts that we could get up, and then the Yurdi territory could replace. Actually, we built a Yurdi fort. Was it here? Let me start the video so I know exactly where it was. Let's see. What do we have here? So this is many hours later. This is at like 14:30 UTC. Now you can see that the Kingsland is completely different at this point. Completely different. This is 11 hours later. This is 11 hours from when I showed these guys, Turquoise getting rallied for like the first time. And they have lost like all their territory right here. And they're just fighting at the pass. Like they're just fighting at the pass against 2217. They're not using this territory here to fight. The enemy, by the way, is breaking into terrain. The third enemy camp is breaking into terrain. And the Taiwanese from 1393, they are now attacking our position in P, and they are trying to disconnect our territory. So yeah, let's see here. Yeah, so here's the Yurdi fort. Yeah, the Yurdi fort was where I said it was. Here's the Yurdi fort that we were trying to place. And our goal was like, let's get the Yurdi fort up, so then even if the P territory gets disconnected, we can still get to these Averni forts. We can still burn them. We can still disconnect them in Kingsland, and we can still enter Kingsland and hopefully make the difference where like literally at that point, it'll be three allied camps with access to Kingsland and only one enemy camp. And like those odds are pretty good for us. But you know, 1393 did do a mountain hop, and you know, some of this video I did not actually capture, unfortunately. My display was not correct. But this is what this was like. This was the end, right? A bunch of like 1393, they did the mountain hop, and then also a bunch of 1393 whales like teleported into the zone. Shout out to Gypsy Danger, who was a leader of 2902. Gypsy says, I agree, when you guys reached 7502 and 2313 pushing, I thought this is it. Yeah, I thought we had won. I honestly thought we had won. But it's like, I got way too comfortable. I got way too comfortable. You know, I was telling myself not to buy any beer because I was like, you know what? You have to be sharp in case something happens. Like, you have to be ready for something to happen. But it's not just about being sober. It's about looking at the map and thinking about what the enemy can actually do, and then taking the actions necessary to stop them from doing that. And I simply did not do that. I simply did not do that. And, you know, territory has always been my biggest weakness as a leader. And, you know, it haunted me here. It really haunted me here. So, I mean, this is like the tail end of it. I did not film everything, but this is like the Yurdi. Once the Yurdi fort was in threat, it was just, our hopes were very low once the Yurdi fort got destroyed. And you can see the enemy literally random teleported right next to it. This dude who actually had some pretty good things to say about us. I don't know his name, but this player here, here, I'll go back to it. Yeah, so this player here, 18IN, he teleported right next to the fort. Like, the guy literally random teleported right next to the freaking fort. And this guy's like 125 million power. And so we didn't have any cities around this fort. You know, their ball, we did a pretty good job with their ball for quite a while. And from like the 50-minute mark to maybe like the 20-minute mark, it looked like we might actually defend this fort. But like once their like third flag in this zone finished, and they immediately teleported in like 5 players, it just looked really bad. I mean, at this point, I kind of know the fort's going to go down, but it's like you have to fight it anyway. You have to maybe push their open field to where you can swarm this rally down. I mean, maybe you can do that. But yeah, this was like the beginning of the end, and this was like how quickly this thing turned. You know, at 4 UTC, we were feeling quite good. At 10 UTC, we were feeling quite good. And now here at 14:30 UTC, it's just a loss. We're just like, oh, we lost. You know, we just lost. I mean, there was we didn't declare a loss here. We kind of like, you know, we have like one gear in a certain way. We just have one gear, which is that we're just gonna like try until there's just no hope left, and that's just the way we play, and that is a very good mentality to have, right? You have to be able to fight hard when things are tough. You know, you have to fight into like situations that are going to be bad trades. You have to fight into situations where like it might be a disaster. You know, I'm like charging into the enemy here. My marchers are getting wrecked. But how else are we going to defend this fort if not fighting into this enemy? And I think that's what we do very well. I think that's why we had a very strong performance in this KvK. But, you know, sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes the overwhelming force of the enemy is too much to overcome. And, you know, the overwhelming force of Picardy camp was, in many situations in this KvK, too much for our team to overcome. You know, what I will say that Picardy did very well is that when they really wanted to take an objective, they always took it. You know, they may have slacked off at times. They may have had some days where they made it pretty easy on us and didn't really like attack us much. You know, they may have given up some flags for free at times, but when they really needed to do something, they always did it. They showed up big for Champagne. They won Champagne. They showed up big for Ile-de-France. They won Ile-de-France. When Kingsland opened, they had very, very good presence. They fought super hard in Kingsland. And, you know, 1393 over the last like 48 hours, 1393 really did not have much downtime. You know, they're a Taiwanese group, but they stayed online for very long stretches of time. I mean, if you look at the time here, 1636 UTC. Let me look at what time that is in Taiwan here. So like, what time is it right now in Taiwan? It's 9:17 a.m. in Taiwan right now, and so it's like 1 UTC. So this is like 8.5 hours earlier. I mean, it's like 12:30 at night, right? It's 12:30 at night in Taiwan when they did this push here, and they stayed on for they stayed online for a few more hours because they had to disconnect our territory. And so, like last night, the 1393 had very good presence up until about, you know, 3:30 in the morning their time. Oh, Gypsy Danger says no. Gypsy Danger in 2375. Got it. Okay, Gypsy, I got you. Pitcha Hadi says, did everyone show up? I mean, for who? I'm not sure who you mean by did everyone show up. I think everyone showed up for Picardy. Like, I think one of the absolute keys to victory here was that everyone showed up for Picardy for all the big fights. And I don't think that in any other camp did everyone show up. Like, you know, for the past openings that we had, we never had everyone show up. Our show up game was a little bit more random, and we tended to show up when things were going well. And when things started to go well for us, we had more and more people show up. And I think maybe Picardy like didn't expect that. They started to see like a larger force from us that they did not expect. And you know, this is kind of like the tail end of it, I think. Yeah, so I mean, here's the situation. So here's our situation. Let me go back. Let me just go back and show this. Okay, so here was the situation at the passes, right? We had these forts completely circled, and we've been burning these forts for a number of hours. So we had all of this circled, and the enemy could not reach us here, but they could disconnect our territory. And so like what we could have done, is we could have like we could have used our crystals in P to just put in some safeguards to where like you connect the territory in the back. Like, let me show you in the game, maybe. You know, it's like, you know, we had the P fort here, and like we had this line going to the left, and it was just like one long line. But what we could have done is we could have built like another line of flags back here, like down, and then connected it like behind, you know, connected it in the back. You know, connected the fort to our flag line in two ways instead of just in one way. So we could have used our crystals to do that, and we also could have used our crystals to block this mountain hop here, right? We could have put a bunch of flags here to simply block the mountain hop. Because I think that makes like a huge difference. And I think that gives us the time to burn down these Averni flags and get into Kingsland. And so I think that's just a very big, you know, that's a big mistake that we made. It's just a big mistake we made. And it is what it is, right? Like we we made a ton of good decisions throughout this KvK. Let me see if I can... I mean, the night before, basically... Let me show you, like, one of the best plays we made. Like, the reason we can't get too upset about... The reason that we cannot get too upset about... The reason we cannot get too upset about... That's not it. Where's this? I don't think this is it either. Where's this? Oh, no, that's not it. Basically, the night before, we kind of saved, you know, Turquoise Camp almost got disconnected in Kingsland, like, the night before. And... let's see, what am I looking for? Yeah, so this was like night one. This was night one of Kingsland. And you can just see that, like, on night one of this, Turquoise Camp was just getting free burned all over the place. You know, like, if you look at it, right? Like, this was why I was recording this. Like, look at these three, like, level 13 barb forts that are just, like, sitting in their territory where you could teleport people. And, like, these forts were never even destroyed. Like, these forts were never rallied down to make TP space for people, right? And so this was night one of Kingsland. But what you'll remember is that yes, I mean, this is like day change. This is when like the turquoise downtime kind of started, is like around day change, I would say. And, you know, it's just looking pretty bad here. And so I throw the emoji up. I throw the very stoic... No, I do the crying emoji that time. Yeah, so here was the situation in Kingsland, right? Is that they were going to be cut off. Like, hopefully I can show you this in this clip. Like, they're just going to get cut off here. Like, this flag here, and then one more flag, and they're just going to be cut off in Kingsland. Like, all their other territories to the right of here is going to be cut off, you know, within a couple hours. And so, what did we do about that? What did we do about that? We dropped a fort at a level 6 pass, or level 5 pass, that if our fort was completed, and if we took their pass, it would have disconnected all of JX-17's territory. They left a gap in their defenses where we were able to place a fort, and we created the threat of destroying all of their territory. And, you know, the enemy took that threat very seriously. They took that threat very seriously. And so all of the enemy redirected over here to try and destroy our fort, or at least slow down the build of our fort, so that their fort could get built instead. And so what happened is that instead of free burning in Kingsland and cutting our allies out on the first night, we created a delay and we relieved our allies because the enemy had to entirely focus over here to fight us. And by the way, we got very good trades as they tried to take down this fort. So, I mean, you know, I can criticize what I did. I criticize the fact that I didn't see the threat of our territory being disconnected. But, you know, at the same time, like, in terms of territory management in general, our team did extremely well. And, you know, I have to give credit to Eddie Navo and Uni for doing those things. And so it's like, you can't get too mad at the mistake we made when we did so many good things as well. And this was like a pretty crazy, I mean, this was like a pretty crazy fight here. This was a pretty crazy fight. Because they pushed us back pretty hard at times. But you know, the thing about like a fort that's under construction, especially in Siege of Orleans, the thing about a fort is that you can just swarm the rally down. Like, if you want it badly enough, you can just swarm the rally down. And we A, had enough people swarming the rally down, and B, we had a ton of infantry reinforcements near this fort. So we did keep this fort up. This fort did end up getting built. Unfortunately, the enemy slowed us down enough, like they slowed our build down enough, that their fort on the other side of the pass got built before ours did. And I may make a video about this action later on. But we can keep watching it here for a minute as I update the chat. SU2, welcome to the stream. Rexo, yeah, we lost. We gave up. We waved the white flag. Our allies have been pushed out of Kingsland. We've been disconnected. We had to fall back pretty heavily. So yeah, we did lose this. But we sure did have our moments while it was still going on. So, I mean, there's always mistakes, right? I mean, the tough part about this war is that, you know, from my perspective, like, I mean, I made some mistakes. I don't have a ton on my plate. Like, Addy does the strategy and the territory, so, like, it's a little hard for me to make, like, very big mistakes, although certainly I think in my watchdog role last night, I failed. And so, like, when I evaluate my play, it's like, I think I played, like, pretty freaking good. Like, you know, I kind of like manage, like, I direct traffic while we're fighting. I set a lot of markers. I sort of like say where the ball should go. I am kind of like really focused on making sure we have garrison captains ready in place, that we have reinforcements ready and in place. You know, great trade on that. A great freaking trade on that that fort defense right there. And we had a few reports like this. We had another report where I think they took like 3.6 million more deads than we did. I may save that one for a video, but yeah, this was just like a very intense and incredibly productive operation by us, because not only did we get good trades against this enemy and wear them down further, but we also gave breathing room to our allies. And then basically, as these forts were finishing, you know, an hour or two later, as these forts were finishing, there was that 3-hour maintenance. And then that was also during Turquoise Camp's downtime. And so then once the servers came back up, we basically were in Turquoise's uptime, and they made a lot of progress. On day 2 of Kingsland, they made a lot of progress. And that day 2 is when we started to feel like, hey, we might actually win this thing. I think morale was high for our side. Morale was lower for the enemy side. And again, then just what happened overnight is that I failed as a watchdog. I failed to get, you know, I failed to push us to build the defensive flags we needed to build in order to, you know, in order to prevent an attack from 1393. And at the same time, our allies screwed up by just letting the enemy free burn them for 12 straight hours. you know, which is just egregious. I don't care what your downtime is. When the KvK is on the line, I just think it's completely egregious to let your enemy free burn you for 12 hours in Kingsland. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. This game is ultimately a game of reality. And if the enemy is stronger and does more powerful things than you and or smarter things than you, then they win and you lose. And ultimately, we were just up against a force that we could not really deal with. But, you know, it was a heck of a fight. It was a heck of a fight. And, you know, the recovery begins. The recovery begins. Because I'm just completely out of pretty much everything. I have basically no... I mean, I'm okay on resources, but I was pretty much out of speed ups. I think I have maybe 30 or 40 days of speed ups left. And I had tapped pretty much everything I could tap. I bought the VIP shop out. I bought most of the stuff from the Legendary Tavern. And I was pretty much down to like 30 days of speed ups. And I think a lot of people were just tapped out completely. And you know, that was all she wrote. This Chinese chatter says overconfidence. I mean, I think we were overconfident for... Yeah, we were overconfident for like 10 hours. You know, we were overconfident for 10 hours. I don't think we were overconfident at any other period in the KvK. You know, I don't think overconfidence... I think overconfidence bit us in the end. This Chinese chatter says, you do have friendly planning skills, but you're too confident. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really agree. I don't really agree. I mean, if we're like very good at the game, which I think most of our enemies are at this point acknowledging that we are very good at the game, then what's the overconfidence? Like, what's the overconfident part about that? Especially when the enemy trash talked us much more than we trash talked them. I don't really see where overconfidence is a part of it. Weren't you guys the overdogs in this KvK? I think I said we were the favorites based on the allies, like the ally map. I don't think I have that now, but I think if you look at like KP, I think we were the favorites in that sense. But I think once I actually fought the KvK, it's like hard for me to say that we were the favorites. Because Picardy was just stronger than us. Like, Picardy was simply a stronger camp, right? They had twice as many stars, and they were much more prepared for this KvK. They have more whales than us, and their whales were bigger contributors than our whales, for sure. I mean, like, they just had a lot of whales in their camp. And so, like, I don't know, like, when you look at the KvK now and how it played out, like, were we really the favorites to win this? I mean, I thought we were going to win, but, like, at the end of the day, I think our enemy had a relatively smooth path to victory. I think we made them nervous from time to time, but I think for the most part, they were very comfortable the majority of the way through this KvK. You know, they won Champagne very easily. They pushed us back to this fort wall within one day and just, like, really dominated the open field in Champagne. Like, really dominated it as our Koreans were on holiday and not fighting in big numbers. So, I mean, I think in retrospect, we were the underdogs, they were the favorites, and they did the job needed to win. Crazy Sinet says, I'm a loser, you're a loser, we are losers. Fatty, welcome to the stream. Let's give Fatty his say on this. So just an opinion from our side, we always planned to let you free burn, and when it got close, we would double team you and reseal the passes. And then focus KL. 903 was a stronger threat. Well, I mean, I disagree about 903 being a stronger threat. I don't know how, you know, I don't know how you would say 903 is a stronger threat. I mean, I think, Fatty, like, that's all fine, but, like, you know, you guys did lose, like, in order to, like, keep us from getting to Kingsland, you guys did lose the circle that gives you 30% healing speed. Like, you guys did not have this circle for Kingsland, right? And I mean, like, that's... And, like, we were, like, 2 minutes away from disconnecting all your territory here. And at one point we had a win, and, you know, like, I think objectively, Fatty, I think you have to say that at one point in the KL, like, less than 48 hours ago, I think that our win probability was something like 80%. Now, you can say it's lower, you can say that our win probability was like 60%, but, like, when 903 has, you know, a ton of territory in KL, and we're like 12 hours away from disconnecting Averni's territory, I just think at that point our win probability is pretty high. And you guys obviously did what was needed to do to drastically reduce that win probability. And we made some pretty serious mistakes by not blocking this mountain hop and not sort of securing N70P territory with a backup line of flags. So I don't know that the free burn was... I don't know that letting us free burn you was correct. As for trash talk, y'all ain't stopped from day one. Same as us. It's definitely 50-50. Yeah, I don't know, Fatty. I don't know about that. I don't think I mean, did I talk trash? I talked trash about resource buying and pilots, but I think I gave you guys credit for being very strong the whole way. You guys said we were shit. You guys said we were bad. You were like, 770 was supposed to be really good, and you're getting wrecked, right? So, I mean, all right, I'll say it's 50-50. I'll say it's 50-50. I think you guys started it, but I'll accept that it was 50-50. The one and only GF says, Korean holiday doesn't make sense though, because 1365 showed up and beat 1093, didn't they? Yeah, I don't know exactly. I think that happened... I want to say that KL happened right before the Korean holiday. The Korean holiday was on September 29th. Yeah, I think that KL was mostly just before the 29th. But I mean, you know, it's yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, Taiwan had like a 10-day holiday, which like enabled them to fight a lot. But then Korea had a holiday which enabled them, our Koreans, to not fight very much. Like, so it's kind of like there's like a discrepancy there. But you know, you play the hand that you're dealt. Like, you just have to play the hand you're dealt. And the Koreans showed up later on in this KvK, and I think that ultimately the contribution between N70D and N70S, I think it's going to be like close to 50-50. I think N70D probably is going to do more contribution than the Koreans, which is the first time we've ever done that. So, you know, that's the objective data on that one. But I think our Koreans, like, they played decent. Like, they were pretty good. They were pretty good. Would I have liked a little bit more from them? Sure. But they at the end of the day, they still played pretty good, and like, we have like a very good situation here where like we literally do have like no downtime. We have 2 separate leadership groups, we have 2 separate recruiting funnels, and we have almost no downtime. And that's a very powerful thing. And, you know, what we offer to new Korean players, which is unlike anything any other kingdom really offers, aside from maybe 365, is that they are not going to get burned on their downtime. Like, Korean players can come to this kingdom, they can fight, and they're going to almost do better. The things are going to go better for us when they're asleep than when they're awake. And just no other kingdom can really offer that to a Korean player. Petty says, "Oh yes, you had a good chance. We definitely had the weaker allies. It's a big upset." Yeah, I disagree. That's a big upset. I mean, you guys were the stronger camp, and we had no chance to fight in this KvK other than to fight either against just a stronger camp or fight against a 1 versus 2. And Fetty says, "Yes, you called us horrible players." I never called 22. I literally said 2217 was a very good alliance. I said that 1393 throws themselves at us in the open field and has some flaws in their rally game. And Fatty, you agreed with me that they throw themselves at us in the open field. But go ahead and quote me where I might have. Go ahead and quote me where I said you were horrible players. If we had an escrow, I would bet you like big money, Fatty, that I never said you were horrible players. Just as like on the last stream that I was in, some guy from your kingdom or some guy from another enemy camp said that I thought we were going. He quoted me as saying that we were going to win this KvK. I went back and listened to what I said, and I literally said, we may win this KvK. So, you know, if you guys want to misquote me over and over again, that's fine. I'm just going to say you're full of shit, and you're misquoting me. I never called you horrible players. End of story. Gypsy Danger says this whole KvK will wild ride till last moment. Yenhouse Chen says your King Eli was trash talking like 20 minutes ago. Well, I assume you guys are still trash talking, so why can't Eli still trash talk? And Yenho Chen says Korea has the same holiday as Taiwan. What did I just freaking say, dude? What did I just say? What did I just freaking say? I just said they had the same holiday, and there's a discrepancy in how the Taiwanese reacted to their holiday compared to how our Koreans replied to the holiday. Like, guys, I'm just gonna keep saying the truth. I'm just gonna keep being pretty freaking objective and like data driven. And if you want to just keep misquoting me, then go ahead and try. Like, go ahead and try. You know, I mean, like, if you just look at the quotes of the last, like, 10 minutes in here, I have been misquoted by Fatty and by Yenhao Chen. Right? I never called them horrible players. I basically said in, like, the first stream that 2217 plays very well. It's literally what I said in, like, the first freaking stream of this KvK. I genuinely don't think I've said a negative thing about 2217 this entire freaking time. And then Yenhao Chen is trying to like call me out on Korea having the same holiday as Taiwan, moments after I point out on stream that Korea has the same holiday as Taiwan. GG. GL further, guys. Chill, man, we just talking. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I just think it should be in reality. Like, I mean, I don't know. There's like so much to try. I don't know. I have so many flaws that I would just like rather be called out for my actual flaws than for things that I didn't say. Like, I give you guys a lot of respect. Like, you guys are very tough opponents, and I'm sure you will have a ton of success in the future. So it's like, you know, like, am I salty that we lost a KvK that we put a ton of effort into? Of course I'm salty that we lost a KvK that we put a ton of effort into. Is it freaking very stressful to basically be on like the losing side of a long war, like pretty much the whole freaking time? Yes, it is very annoying to do that. Like, I'm sure many of us have been in this game long enough to know that like winning is way, way more fun than losing. But, you know, I mean, yeah, I will agree with Fatty that basically the trash talking is 50-50. Fatty, I will agree with you that the trash talking is 50-50. I will agree with that. But I'm also going to say that a lot of this trash talk that was directed at me specifically was people like flat out misquoting me, like just flat out misquoting me. If I say that a kingdom is inactive in Eve of the Crusade, that is not a commentary in any way whatsoever on their activity in war. And so to use that as a premise to talk trash to me, that to me is like not. I don't know. I guess I just don't go there. I would just rather like have like reality-based trash talking. But you know, fair enough. Fair enough. The one and only GR says Addy now needs to step down. His strategy was horrible. Yeah, Addy had a great KvK. He did. And like I said, you know, the leadership on the enemy side, like it was sort of like a cockstrong type of leadership where, like, again, they weren't like super active every single day, but they got the objectives done. They captured all the key objectives. They showed up in big numbers for all the key objectives, and they always won the key objectives. And I actually do get that. I get that strategy of playing. I totally get that strategy of playing. Petty says you need to remember there are two sides to everything. You perceive things differently to us and vice versa. Yeah, that's fair enough, Fatty. And you know, I have tried to let you guys have your say on my stream. And I agree with some of it and disagree with others of it. And yeah, there are two sides to everything. You know, the only other thing I'll say is, like, as far as like who was the favorite in this KvK, right? You know, the thing that I got frustrated with that at a certain point was just that, like, we were getting good trades against you guys, and like obviously 1393 took like a ton of deads. Like going into KL, 1393 took 100 million more deads than our camp took, or than our kingdom took, right? And so it's like at a certain point, like if you're getting good trades against the enemy, at a certain point you would expect to see them be worn down. But like it didn't really seem like 1393 ever really got worn down. And so like that's the reason I don't think we were the favorites, right? It's like if we're like doing more damage to you than you do to us, or at least doing equal amounts of damage to you, then there should be like evidence that you get worn down. But like it barely registered that 1393 was worn down. Fetty says, I've been pretty complimenting your stream in LKC, only the top 10 A seed, but that's just banter. Yeah, Fetty, it's fair enough. It's fair enough. We're probably both very opinionated people, and so, you know, and we just fought a war, and so we're probably going to rub each other the wrong way a little bit in like what our perspectives of things are. But, you know, I appreciate you saying all that, and, you know, hopefully you guys... hopefully you guys on some level can appreciate that I am chronicling what was one of the better wars in this game. At least, you know, in the year 2023, I think this was one of the better wars. I think when we go back and talk about like the win probability of this and the way in which like you guys were, you know, 90% to win. I mean, when Kingsland opened, I said that we had a 40% chance to win, but like off stream, I said to Algebra, I said publicly that we had a 40% chance to win, so you can take a guess at what my honest assessment was. I think it was more like 20%. I think when Kingsland opened, I thought maybe we had a 20% chance to win. And so the swing of this war in like a 36-hour period to go from we had like a 20%, maybe 10% chance to win, to all of a sudden we had a 70 or 80% chance to win, to all of a sudden we were back to having a 0% chance to win. That's a pretty amazing turn of events after a war that has lasted for 3 weeks. And it was a war that had a lot of ups and downs. I think maybe you guys viewed it a little more smoothly, or you viewed the sequence of events a little more smoothly than we do, whereas we sort of view it as this like heroic underdog story. As you said at one point, Fatty, imagine being so excited that you got a decent trade when fighting against when 3 kingdoms got a decent trade in the open field fighting against just 2217 when you guys did that fort drop. You know, we may have viewed this thing as a little bit more of a David and Goliath type of thing. You guys may have viewed it more as like a smooth path to victory. But I think it was nonetheless a great war, and I like the fact that Fetty, I genuinely appreciate the fact that you have chatted on the stream and are giving your point of view, because for better or worse, I have tried to chronicle like my real-time thoughts about this war and also like give real-time updates about what's happening in the war. And I think it is an artifact that exists of one of the better wars that has taken place in this game. And I think that's a credit to all of us that, you know, we were all a part of it. And, you know, we all gave some pretty good content to people. Yen Hao Chen says 1393 tried to decrease the KD power. Yes, Yen Hao Chen, I understand that. I understand you guys came in with a lot of power and you played aggressively and tried to decrease that power. I think the thing that I feel bad about, and I said this on voice when we were talking last night, is that I don't like giving my enemies what they want. And I think that we gave you guys exactly what you wanted, unfortunately, which is you guys got a very tough KvK where you guys were able to decrease power. You were able to zero a bunch of accounts of players who don't play anymore, right? I could name one. I'm not gonna get specific, but obviously there's one recognizable name and recognizable avatar that doesn't play anymore, and you just straight up zeroed that account. And I assume you shared out all of her resources. So you guys got to decrease your power. You got to feel very good about what happened, and you got to win. And so you saved up for a very long time for this one tough KvK, and then you got to use all that save up against an opponent that gave you a very good fight that you can feel very satisfied about when it's over. And I simply do not like giving my enemy what they want. And I think in this case we gave you what you wanted. And I just, you know, that bugs me. That bugs me. The one and only GR says, is it true people migrated out of 770 already during this KvK? No, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, I think one guy, Pitbull, who's been on this stream a few times, he migrated out because he was just said, you know, this competition level is too tough for me. I want to go to like an easier kingdom. But I mean, Pitbull left on very good terms. You know, he's someone who hangs out of my stream sometimes. But I don't know. Nobody else migrated out. I know Dad Go Where is going to retire after this KvK, and it's going to suck to lose Dad Go Where. But no, I mean, I don't think we're going to really lose too many. I think Grasshopper was thinking about leaving, but Grasshopper is going to stay. Grasshopper was probably the second best Korean in this KvK. I'm sure some of you remember the Grasshopper avatar. He's got like a Cav. He has a Cav Garrison, and then he also has like a very, very thick Justinian Nevsky rally. I think his name now is like GG On or GG Get On or something like that. But Grasshopper's going to stay. Yeah, no significant departures to this point. Paco says 1393 was feeling it, but the trash talk made them dig in. Made us in 2217 decide to give everything as well, lol. Yeah, Paco, that's a very good point. I think the trash talk also motivated us, right? Like, we fought a lot harder because of your guys' trash talk. And so, like, yeah, I think it's, like, genuinely counterproductive for the most part. I think the trash talk is genuinely counterproductive because it does motivate the opponent, and it also like kind of puts more pressure on you to back up your trash talk. So that's why I like don't really do it. I know I really spewed hard by talking trash in LKC last night, but I'm traditionally not someone who really uses LKC at all. I probably do talk trash on this stream. I probably do have a overconfident attitude on this stream. It's not fake. It's not fake at all, but, you know, inevitably, you know, my real thoughts are going to come out on this stream. Whereas, like, someone who is not a streamer and doesn't really like trash talk, they can sort of, like, avoid the fray entirely. So, like, I used to avoid the fray, but obviously I don't anymore. Fatty says 313 are amazing KD. What Eva says also 313 are amazing KD. Yeah, 313 were great. 2313 were great. They were a great ally. They were an absolute great ally. Really, the only time we ever fought with our allies was just yesterday, when we were like out here. We were trying to like burn these forts and stuff. the enemy was like hard defending these forts, but like 2313 was like at this pass, hitting Averni at this pass. And so yeah, 2313, they had like no campmate, right? Their campmate is 1001. Their campmate didn't do anything. But 313 fought great. They were a great ally. They really were. And no surprise really. I mean, they have 4 stars. You know, they're a somewhat younger kingdom, but you know, they won Heroic Anthem pretty recently. And yeah, they were very good. Very, very good. And you know, and fair play to the enemy team as well. They had some allies that were a bit unexpected. I think 2902 played very, very good. I guess I should look in Kingsland at this point for my I guess I should look in Kingsland at this point for I don't know if 2902 changed to like their alt alliances. I'm sorry that I don't know the exact like main alliance of 2902. I guess it's maybe Nam. Yeah, but 2902 also played very well. You know, for like a very young kingdom, new to Season of Conquest. They had a good garrison game, right? They had a very good garrison game. And I think one thing we have to like acknowledge without directly naming any kingdoms, I think one thing we have to realize is that if you want to be actually productive in a KvK, if you want to do productive things for your team, the base case needs to be that you have a strong garrison game. I don't think the base case needs to be that you have a great open field. I think the base case is actually have a strong garrison game. Because if you have a strong garrison game, then you can freaking hold territory. You can hold friggin' territory. And if you can hold territory, then you annoy your enemy. And your enemy potentially is going to take a bunch of bad trades trying to rally down your flags. And at times, we took bad trades trying to rally down well-defended Averni flags. And I think that's just like... for me, that's where I would start as a kingdom. I would have your leadership build garrison captains and then grow from there. Like, start with a garrison game, add the open field, and then add the ability to attack. I think that's how I would build a kingdom at this point. Because if all you have is open field, then like, forget about it, man. What are you supposed to do if you have all you have is open field? Like, you know, you have to be able to hold and defend territory. Like, hold and take territory. That's what I've been saying about this game for years. I was like, why are we good at this game? Why did our alliance succeed in the first place? It's because we were able to take and hold territory. It was not any more complicated than that. Yeah, Paco and Fatty are talking about trash talking, getting other people's skin. You know, I think... yeah, you know, I mean... I think Fatty may have gotten under other people's skin more than he got under mine. I mean, I just have like a little... Fatty's always like framing us as like, oh, you guys defended really well. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like, oh, you guys defended really well. He's like sort of like slyly like belittling what we're capable of. But like, ultimately, I really think Fatty is... I think like me, Fatty sort of says a lot, and maybe like, you know, he's gracious at times and trash talky at times, and I think I'm the same way, right? Like, I change my mind all the time. I change my mind in war all the freaking time. I'll set a ball marker in one place, and then a minute later I'll be like, okay, that ball marker is a bad idea. Let's do something different instead. And for me, like, as I get older, I just change my mind more and more. And a lot of people see that as weakness. Like, a lot of people view changing your mind as weakness. But for me, it's like, I don't know. I just like say what I think, and then if my mind changes, I will say something different. Like, to me, it's not that complicated, and it's not that big of a deal. And so, you know, like, yeah. Honestly, man, it's meant to be a genuine compliment. It's not easy to feel as good as you do. Yeah, we do serious work with Garrison stuff. We do. Even Algebra was saying that. Algebra, when we were defending those forts the other night, Algebra was like, man, our Garrison game is insane. You know, like he was just like, we really have that on lockdown. And yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of work with that. You can do a lot of work with that. And even Addy gave me a hard time about that. He was like, because, you know, I got criticized a bit as a leader in this KvK by some corners. And Addy was like, Brian is extremely good at defending. His offensive game could use a little work. And I was just like, dude, don't criticize my offense game just because I don't personally have Henry Zug. And I'm always like fighting, I'm always online when we're like losing. Like, I think my offensive game is decent, but it's true that like our defensive game is a bit more honed, you know, a bit more honed. And offense is also just easier. Alice says, can't take YouTube chat seriously very much. People talk nonsense about most kingdoms. Yeah, Alice, I'm just I'm still getting, you know, I'm like fairly new to all this, you know. I'm fairly new to like getting a lot of heat, so I'm still figuring out how to best deal with it. One thing I do think is that if I can survive this KvK, if I can keep streaming and keep talking and keep playing this game at like a relatively high level, like after this KvK and after just sort of getting a pretty decent amount of heat in this KvK, being arrogant and then losing, like we freaking lost, right? So like for all the trash talk we ended up losing, if I can just like survive this, then I can probably survive anything. But you know, we'll see how it goes. Taco says, yeah, to be honest, Fatty did mean it in a good way, even the fort wall section. Love or hate it at different times. It was because it was so well done. It got to him, but he won't easily admit it, lol. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to give my enemies credit either, right? Like, they're my enemies. Like, I don't want to give my enemies anything. Like, F that, like, honestly, F my enemies in this game. Like, for the most part, F my enemies. I don't want to give them anything. I want to make their life hell and beat them. So, I do get that, Paco, for sure. Let's see. Synod says 101 returned to KL while we destroyed fortresses. It's a double defeat. Elma says Brian burn Addy. It'll be funny. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. We'll have to see what decisions Addy makes in the future. You just never know. Fetty says, for real, probably the best we fought in this aspect. I kept saying it, not an underhanded compliment at all. Same as Addy is a great builder. Never understood why y'all hated me saying this. No, we didn't hate you saying that. Well, okay, yeah, the defense thing is just like, Fatty, the reason the defense thing is like a little bit tilting is because it's like, dude, we lost the open field the whole time. Like, how do you expect us to play offense if we're like always losing the open field? It's not like we can't attack. It's just that like, you guys always won the open field. So like, it's pretty hard for us to attack. King Azza says good trades doesn't win KvK though. No, but I don't know, like, I'm not sure like how much more we could have done with bad trades. And that's something that Addy and I disagree on a little bit as well. Like, he's a little more willing to take the bad trades on offense than I am. But I don't know that taking a bunch of bad trades in this KvK would have been like all that useful for us. It's like a real tightrope. It's a real tightrope to take bad trades and still win. Schlocky, welcome to the stream. Tomorrow, 1960 KL. Yep, that's kind of why I streamed tonight, actually. I was kind of like wanting to stream yesterday, or tomorrow. But I streamed today because I knew that all the attention would be on 960 tomorrow. I'll be honest, guys. When we got disconnected yesterday at like 19 UTC or so, I just logged off and went to bed immediately, and I stayed in bed for 24 hours. I literally slept for like 18 hours over the last day. I just stayed in bed. I went to sleep. I woke up at like 3 UTC the next day. There were a bunch of people on voice. I hung out on voice for a couple, maybe like 90 minutes, talked about the KvK. Then I just logged off of Discord, went back to sleep again, listened to a podcast, went back to sleep again. Woke up at like, I don't know, 15 UTC because, my neighbors were loud and people were outside and stuff. And I was just like awake for an hour or two. And then I went back to sleep again. I slept 3 times in the last 24 hours. And was just literally in bed for 24 hours straight. I got up at one point to eat a bowl of cereal, and that's it. I didn't even have to go to the bathroom because I wasn't drinking any water. So I don't even know what I was responding to there, but... Oh, I was responding to 960 KL tomorrow. But yeah. Who's winning tomorrow? 1960? It's got to be 1960. It's got to be 1960 to win. Paco says, well, yeah, when we start KvK, we always go into it as F our enemies, but as you fight, you gain respect for them based on how they perform. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Paco. I mean, I'm kind of like comparing this to the last KvK, right? Where, I mean, it's weird, man. It's really weird because like last KvK, we fought 1818. We really respected 1818, and like it was a very respectful back and forth between the different groups. Maybe that was partly a language barrier, but like the LKC was very respectful in that sense. But then at the same time, there was like a ton of trash talk between us and 1903, who are like our other enemies. And so there was still like a ton of trash talk in the last KvK, but it almost got like isolated to like one thing. And I think maybe in this KvK, like in some ways, all the kingdoms were kind of equal. And so we just like felt very comfortable talking trash to each other. I don't know. It's definitely different in every KvK. But yeah, I mean, Paco, there's always like more like even-tempered people. And, like I think probably like Noonie is like a very even-tempered person. I think Captain is like a very even-tempered person. And so, sometimes, if someone's looking for like the truth of the situation, it's probably better to listen to somebody like Paco, who is like not getting emotional about it. Can't motivate. Fetty says, I can't motivate people to go all in with love and peace. I just motivate people with, I don't know. I guess I motivate people with just like, here's when the fight is. If you show up, we're gonna give you a pretty organized situation. We're gonna be clear about what needs to get done. We're usually gonna win, and hopefully you have fun fighting in such a situation. I don't really go rah-rah either way, but it's certainly nice when the enemy gives us like the motivation for me, basically. Like we didn't really have to motivate people too much in this one. They were motivated by the enemy. Elma, good night. Thanks for hanging out. You know how Chen says, to be honest, in this KvK 770's performance is way better than 1903. Shucky says, Brian, can you show the KP from ally main and second allies? Yeah, we can show the KP of everybody. Because I think most people are probably back in their normal alliances. I don't think D is definitely not fully full because we're about like a 230 million power KP. But yeah, I mean, Lost is number 1. At this moment, N70S is number 2. So our main allies are in 1st and 3rd. I mean, right now we're like in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in KP. The 2 main alliances for the enemy are in 4th and 5th. I think both of these alliances have a lot more KP than this. Here is, I would say, the number 3 alliance on the enemy side, 2902, and then 2375. And it kind of goes down from there. I think most of these are like fairly accurate right now. I think N70D is like way low. We're like we're higher than this. N70S is going to be a bit lower than this. But yeah, this is kind of what it looks like. It's all like pretty reasonable, right? Like the KP, look, it was a pretty fair fight. I mean, it was a fair fight. Nobody was like out of control, crazy. It's not like we were fighting a 1 billion KP or 1 trillion KP alliance. It's not as if we had a 2605 in here or a 188. These opponents were all close to manageable. I mean, I wouldn't say it was manageable to fight 1393, but it was close to manageable. And you know, ultimately it was a very good fight. Ultimately, it was a very good fight. I think on paper it was supposed to be a good fight. It turned out to be a good fight. I don't think too many kingdoms are gonna fall apart after this performance. I don't think any of our enemies will have. I don't think any of our enemies are gonna fall apart. I think our enemies are probably like extremely proud of what they accomplished and feeling very, very good about it. On the losing side, I don't think too much is gonna happen, but you never know. You never know. I think there are some alliances here that have to look at their performance and have some question marks. I don't think the Handsome Devils are one of them. I think that we played very good. Individually, we all made some mistakes that we can fix, but that's true for everybody. I mean, I've got at least like 250k. I've actually probably got about 400k open field and complete stupidity dead troops that I did not have to take. You know, so at least like 15% of my deads were just completely avoidable, should never have happened. And you know, my vibes were not that great. And so I need to work on that as well. But like as a group, I mean, as a group we played very well. And fair play to 2217. I think 2217 played very, very well. Like I you know, you guys got as much as you could out of what you had. I think 2217 needs to work on their farm game, right? I think if you guys, I mean, I hate to say it because you guys are my enemies, but I think you have a very easy way to improve, which is you just have to work on your farm game. Whatever says, to be honest, I thought 1903 was going to be annoying and fuck us over, but 770 was more annoying. I respect their drive and always willing to do something, but 1903 pretty underwhelming after the first hour. Yeah, I mean, 1903 is an open field kingdom. You know, they win by having like a dominant open field. And like they kind of did fight. I think they fought 1393 like pretty freaking well on the first day. But like, so like, I mean, I give them credit for that, where like they went against a very tough open field opponent and like did pretty well. But you know, there has to be some, their downtime just kills them. Like the 1903 downtime is just like crazy. KvK, welcome to the stream. KvK, sorry for replying to your comments saying that we were winning. I was obviously wrong about that. Fetty says, definitely an area for improvement. We lowest power kingdom in LK, our 300th, like 20 million power. Oh, my frigging chain game is like so weak right now. Let me check when the next ruin is, because I'm like really struggling on honor points. I mean, we did like a bunch of stuff badly. Like we never even told people when the runes were. Okay, so I missed the last rune. I slept through the last rune. That's fine. Hudo Tunnel says 770 was a good ally last KvK. Wonder you had difficulty going to KL. Yeah, I mean, our map position was not great. Our map position was definitely not great. Humble Dust says for 770, doesn't matter too much having many farms around. 25 to 30 million powers you have running two alliances. Our aim has always been to stay low A. Yeah, we were talking about it last night on Voice, where I was like, you know, because like the thing is like, okay, so 2217 like definitely spends more than we spend, and like I do think that I think 1393 probably spends quite a bit as well. I don't know, maybe they just have old accounts, but it seems like 1393 spends quite a bit, and I just think like, I just think that I just think whales are getting more and more powerful in this game, and I think leaders are becoming less and less powerful. I think it's just like becoming a more whale-driven game, with like, with resource buying, with piloting, with armaments, with new equipment, and with crystal tech being like harder to acquire now. Like I think it's harder to get special medicines than it used to be. And so like I just think whales are getting, like whales are pretty much at their peak right now in terms of their ability to affect this game. And I think that leaders are pretty much at their low point in terms of being able to affect this game. And so like I was like talking in Voice, I was like, you know, maybe we need to move down, like, because I don't want to deal with like, I don't want to deal with like losing to whales over and over again. Like it's very aggravating. Like it's very aggravating to lose to whales. So, you know, I was like, maybe we should move down. Maybe we should just like play Heroic Anthem more often, play Nile more often, and just like be at a lower competition level. But Algebra was like, you know, are we really losing to these kingdoms? Like, are we really like, is it really the case that we're not able to compete with these kingdoms? And we kind of like went through some of the kingdoms that we're like on the level of, and it was like, you know what, like Algebra's right? Like, there's like really no reason for us to move down in competition. You know, because it's like, I guess we make up for our lack of spending, like by having like 2 alliances, by having like no downtime, by having like really good territory building, by having like above average leadership. I think we sort of like compensate for like having less whales and spending less on crystal tech. But it's still like the game's in like a weird place for sure, because whales are just like so strong right now. Yeah, no, Chen says, didn't see White Castle play well, play that often. Yeah, White Castle's my boy, and White Castle's like a very good player. Like White Castle's actually like very good at the game, but he just doesn't play enough these days. You know, he just doesn't play enough these days. And I've said this before in private, maybe I shouldn't say it in public, but like if I had control, if I could pilot White Castle's account, we would have basically we would have won zones that we lost. Like if one of us had piloted White Castle's account, we would have beat 1682 in Strife of the Eight. And if somebody could have piloted White Castle's account, I quite frankly think this KvK could have gone differently as well. I mean, it's that good of an account, and it just kind of like, it could have made such a big difference. Paco's apparently a free-to-play, and says, I definitely can't keep up with the whale game as a free-to-play. King Azza says, I think less are big spending now, though. Yeah, I don't know, King Azza, maybe. But I just think whale spending, I think whales get a lot of value for their money in this game. I think whales genuinely get a lot of value for their money. Like, they can, like, win wars that, if they weren't around, the enemy, like, they're part of a team, they're part of a group of friends that are trying to do this very sort of ambitious and complicated thing of, like, winning a war in this game against other competitive kingdoms. And, like, a whale can literally make the difference. Like, a whale can make the difference between winning and losing. Now, in this KvK, I can't point out like a single whale that made the difference, because I think there were a lot of whales that were impactful. Like, I think Froppy from our side, like the guy who changed his name all the time, I think he had a massive impact. I think someone like Moving had a very big impact for 1393. I think Big Al put in a ton of work for 2217. And I wouldn't say that any of those whales individually turn the KvK, but there are certainly situations where one whale can like make a massive, massive difference. And so I think in that sense, especially when you then start to like team up with multiple whales, and like work together as a group, I think in that sense, Wales can literally swing a KvK and turn like and carry their team to a win. And like that's like pretty good value for your money right there. Like to like beat up on people like me, right? To put me through hell and have me lose and have me like never forget this KvK and never forget the mistakes that I made and all that. Like, I don't know. I think that's like a pretty good value for a whale's money right there. You know, it's not like you're playing, it's not like you're spending your money on Summoner's War and you're just like beating these like faceless, nameless, emotionless people in like Arena or something like that. In Rise of Kingdoms, you get to do like, you know, real emotional damage to your enemies. Humble Death says, or Fatty, let's see, Fatty says, top building, great garrison, if you can get that full 2 Alliance field presence. Yeah, I think we showed you guys the full 2 Alliance field presence from time to time, but it didn't entirely come together, this KvK. Yeah, it didn't entirely come together. Humble Death says, whales are a factor, but what really makes a difference is the amount of people with max tech on the field. 2217 and 1393 added all together, we had around 70 to 80 people with max tech for KL. Yeah, that's very interesting data, Sneaky. Or maybe you're Sneaky. That's very interesting data. I will say that on voice chat last night, Algebra speculated that, you know, we were talking about 2217 and Algebra speculated that you guys had 120 people who buy like two Mountain Warfares. So your numbers are like a little bit lower than that. I said that was a little high. I thought that seemed a little high to me. But yeah, 70 to 80 people with max tech for KL is like way more than we had. Way more. If I had to guess at how many people had max tech, I would guess 20. I'm not entirely sure, but I would guess that we had maybe 20 people with max tech. And then 2263 probably had another. I might be like really bad at guessing what 2263 had, but maybe they had another like 5. So we maybe had like 25 max tech people, and then we had a bunch more of us who were like, you know, I bought 2 Mountain Warfares and a few Conqueror's Wills. You know, I spent like $500, and my Bastion grinding was not amazing. So I mean, I was close. You know, so if we have 30 people who are close to max tech and 25 who are max tech, then we're not like too far behind 70 or 80 people. But, you know, that is a lot. I mean, that is a lot. If you're just talking about people who buy pop-up and Mountain Warfare, so then we have way more. Sawtooth says even 2902 had 30 to 40 people who bought 2 Mountain Warfares. Yeah, I just noticed that like when Zone 6 is opened, I was in S overnight when I went to sleep. And so then like the next morning I got to see how many gold chests got bought. And it was like a very low number. Like, you know, we were demoralized. You know, like the thing is, we were like losing this entire time. And we always had a chance to win, but our chances to win was always very low. And, you know, people just don't necessarily turn out and spend money if they think they're going to lose. It just doesn't seem worth it. So, yeah, I mean, as far as like the second Mountain Warfare bundle, the number of people who bought it for our side was like shockingly low. Shockingly low. And I mean, that makes a big difference, and we could definitely feel it in the field for sure. But I mean, yeah, and so like 2902, right? Like 2902 was like a very good young kingdom. But like how much of the fact that they're a good young kingdom is as a result of the fact that they had 30 to 40 people buying 2 Mountain Warfares? You know, that's like probably a huge reason they were so good. And I get it, that's the game. That's the game. But, you know, I think we always have to consider, whether Lilith listens to us or not, we always have to consider like how much of KvK victory should be in preparation, like how prepared you are to fight well, i.e. how much do you spend, how many resources do you have, how many speed ups do you have, how many pilots do you have. How much should victory be determined by that versus how much should be determined by how well you play and strategize during the KvK? And you know, if it's 80% preparation and 20% skill, then I think that balance is pretty out of whack. Like, I don't think that balance makes for all that great of a game. I think it makes for a game that's going to make Lilith a lot of money, and it's going to keep whales playing it. Like, whales will keep playing this game because there will be enough free-to-play who also play. But like, just for me as like a low to medium spending leader, you know, I can reach a point where it's like, okay, if all the effort I'm putting into as a leader is like only making a marginal difference in the outcome, and if like the main part of the outcome is like which side has more whales, then at a certain point I just say that I'm the sucker. Like, I'm the idiot who's still playing this game. I'm the idiot who's still putting a ton of effort into this game just to like lose to a group of whales. Now, I don't think I'm at that point, because like Algebra said last night when I was whining about this, he was like, yeah, but are we really worse than these other kingdoms? Like, do we really need to move down? Like, no, we don't need to move down. We don't need to move down. But it's you know, back in the day, you didn't have to spend anything in this game. You know, back in the day, somebody like Bo Tiger could spend very little money in this game, and he could construct a brilliant garrison plan in Strife of the Eight against Chiskel's 1075. This was back when like Xeno YSS was like super strong. And so Bo Tiger could be this low spender in this game, but he could be this incredible leader who helped build a like garrison first kingdom. He could then like wear down 1075 over the course of a week. He could wear down all those 1075 whales who dominated the open field, and Bo could just like turtle in his city and coordinate multiple flag defenses at once. And then, you know, after it was over and 1075 teleported back to their home kingdom, as soon as Bo's allies entered the zone, you know, Bo and I could sit on voice chat and laugh about how little he spent on the game. We could look at some of these whales we knew and how much they had spent and what they had in their account. And we could just be like, you know, we could laugh about it, and I could literally say that like whales were getting screwed in the game. I could be like, whales literally don't get enough from this game for what they spend. And that was years ago, and I think the pendulum has turned since then. But F me if I don't miss those days. Fetty says recruiting is the biggest factor, to be honest. But yes, Lilith needs to chill on the pay to win. Yeah, Fatty, you guys did a great job recruiting. You guys definitely did an amazing job recruiting. And there's a lot of like recruiter kingdoms. You know, Addy talks about that. He's like, some kingdoms are just like amazing recruiters, right? Like the main thing they're super good at is they're good at recruiting. And like, yeah, I think we're going to see more and more of these recruiting driven kingdoms. And like, okay, like my type of leadership is probably becoming less important, but the elite recruiter type of leadership is probably going to be more important, right? Ari says, no wonder LKC got so quiet. Yeah, we're chatting in here, which is awesome. Everybody be sure to throw a like on the stream. I really appreciate that. I'm the chat here tonight has been amazing. I didn't know what I was going to get. And I have not been the most gracious YouTuber over the last couple weeks, and so I very much appreciate the amazing chat tonight. Alex17 Malik says, the more spenders you have in an alliance, the more worth it is to spend as well, in my opinion. Sawtooth says, I think it's a balance. Whales do lose too, but it is getting worse and worse. It's definitely a balance, and whales getting very good value for their money is going to keep the game getting updated and stuff. But yeah, it's a balance, and I think it's a little bit out of whack. And I mean, it's not out of whack right now, but like once new equipment gets added, it's going to get out of whack. Because whales are going to be able to max a bunch of sets of equipment like immediately. And then they're just going to be like way more powerful. And then the rise of piloting also makes whales more powerful. because it's really only whales that can hire pilots. And so it's just getting a little bit out of hand. It's just getting a little bit out of hand. And part of my saltiness with this KvK is just, this is my first time experiencing like the fact that it has gotten a little bit out of hand. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying I'm some genius leader. I'm not. I'm just an idiot who types fast, really, and who's played games like this for a long time. But like, Addy is actually a great leader. Like, Addy is actually like super, super good leader. And I don't know, like sometimes if you're like the best leader in a KvK, like shouldn't your team win? I don't know. Jesse says Sawtooth is an octopus, 1 tentacle for 1 farm. Fatty says no sleep until official surrender. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, I'm back in the start zone. I took the Richard auxiliary off of Jan. Richard's farming or barb chaining again. I'm definitely not the one who decides the official surrender, but we're done. We're done. Oh, maybe Humble Death is Chris, not Sneaky. Yeah, Chris was another big impactful whale for 2217 for sure. But I will go back to what Humble Death said. He said, "I heard you saying we have pilots in 2217. I only know 2 accounts that was shared with a pilot during this KvK. The rest of us just don't sleep or barely." Yeah. So Humble Death, I mean, you've made a lot of very good points in here. So I'm not going to go too deep into it. But I mean, I literally have a teammate who could probably name more pilots than that in your kingdom. So I don't know. It is what it is. Sawtooth says maybe Addy isn't the best strategist. I'm sure there are better strategists. Like, I think 1093's leadership is pretty amazing. I think I think it's hard to say exactly how elite 960's leadership is because there's some dominant in other ways. But I think Addy can easily be like a top 5 leader in this game. Like, that's just my opinion. I mean, like, his territory management is extremely good. He's a very good recruiter. He's good with diplomacy. Good vibes in chat. The dude never gives up. Like, the guy puts in more hours than anybody. I mean, I think Addy's like a very elite leader, like, for sure. And he definitely like makes me look better because I'm just like, I'm very good at best. I'm very good at best. Fetty says, Brian, I know you feel like the mountain jump to cut out was your fault or a mistake, but at the end of the day, we would have come send you before the fort got lower, so don't beat yourself up about it. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's more like I have to just look at... I just have to look at my own play. Like, I don't want to be results-oriented about it. Like, maybe it would have... Maybe us defending those flags better would have made a difference, maybe not, but... And, like, I definitely agree that 2217 could have transitioned down. Like, you guys were just, like, straight up chilling at the pass fighting 903. Like, you could have obviously come down there and fought us and, like, let 903, maybe, like, build a couple flags back into the zone or something. But I'm just, like, looking at my play, which is, like, I just did a bunch of bullshit last night. Like, the KvK was not over. I woke up very well rested, knowing that there was a threat and knowing I had to watch out for the threat. And then I just like bought a 6-pack and built these pointless freaking flags instead of like looking at instead of getting my work done and looking at the freaking map and being like, what is the nature of the threat? Because I just got lazy and let Addy decide everything, even when he's like not even online, instead of just being like an assertive, first principle driven person who, for better or worse, makes decisions, makes what I think is the correct decision, and lives with it, you know, and just lives with it. And I just think that's like better than waffling and letting other people make decisions for you, right? Would love to hear those names, or you can make me PM the list in Discord. Well, just like one of my teammates was like in... He's like... I don't know if I can get the story right. Anyway. I mean, I can be wrong, I can be right. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? If you guys have 2 pilots or 4 pilots, like, that doesn't matter. You know, the whole question is whether you have more than that or not. Which, I don't know. I mean, I can buy that you guys don't have a ton of pilots. I can buy that. I can buy that. Because you guys had downtime sometimes. And, like, all your accounts were, you know, your accounts were fairly low at the end. Right? Like, pretty low power. So I can buy that maybe you guys were, like, low on speed-ups and low on resources, just like us. And so, like, if you're low on resources and low on speed-ups, then there's, like, no point to having a pilot. Like, there's just no point. It's like, I can buy that 2217 doesn't have a ton of pilots. But, like, I will say that there's a reputation there that you have more. Like, that you guys kind of work with, like, 1846 a little bit, maybe. Anyway. Fetty says, nah, man, don't be silly. You outplayed us numerous times. You're a good leader, and last night was unavoidable. No, I appreciate it, Fatty. I appreciate it. I appreciate the work that you guys put in. Yeah, like I said, you guys played very well. 2217 played very well. I'm definitely more, like, threatened by a 2217 type kingdom than I am by 393, because I just think we're gonna face more and more 2217s in the future. Like, spending, like, sort of like newly built. I don't know how new you guys are. I don't know if, like, Fatty and Sneaky and Chris and all of you have been in 2217 from the start or what, but my sense is that you brought in a lot of players from other kingdoms. Those players have now come together to form a very strong force where, like, on some level, you know, if people can just, like, dominate the open field, then they're, like, always gonna have fun, and they're just gonna, like, stay and continue spending. And I just think in the future we're gonna fight more 2217s, where it's like a group of a well-recruited kingdom that spends a good amount of money, fights very well in the open field, and does the blocking and tackling of garrisons, rallying, and flag building, like, pretty well. You know, you guys do it well. You're not, like, above and beyond like Addy is, for example. Maybe your garrison game is not above and beyond in the way that I help us be above and beyond in that regard. But you guys are just, like, super tough to deal with anyway. And so, you know, talking about enemies and FR enemies, I'm just, like, a little bit more, like, worried about fighting 2217s in the future. Whereas 1393 was like they were very good also, but, like, there's just not that many Taiwanese kingdoms out, Taiwanese whale kingdoms with 6 stars out there. But I think there can be more and more English-speaking groups that come together. They all agree to spend a decent amount, and you know, take full advantage of the game that we are now playing. Malik says we've been here since 3 years almost. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, I'll credit to you guys. You guys played very good. Luke says, honestly, 2217 had many native players that spent a lot. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, 770 has basically no natives. That guy Gru, if you fought against Gru, he's a native. And there's just, like, this one guy, Lilo. You wouldn't have even seen Lilo because I don't think he fought, like, a ton. But yeah, we basically have 2 natives in the entire kingdom. And then Algebra was actually a native to 770. Then he left and stopped playing the game. But then he came back once he heard that, like, I think he watched my videos and was like, oh, 770? They're, like, a good kingdom now? That's where I started. So we technically have 3 natives, but, like, 1 left. Okay, so 2217 is rejecting the rumor that they sort of have a relationship with 1846. So that's just a rumor. That's just a rumor. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, piloting is part of the game. Multi-accounting is part of the game. You know, biased or not, I will say I don't think multi-accounting is quite as bad as piloting, just because, like, if you're multi-accounting, you're basically like a very dedicated player in that kingdom. And I think that's what like the whole thing is like, who are the dedicated players in that kingdom? And if someone is like super dedicated, then, you know, if they like play multiple accounts, use a bunch of farms and stuff like that, at least they're still like a human being putting in a ton of effort for their own kingdom. Whereas pilots are maybe a little bit different, but then at the same time, pilots can be, you know, maybe we're reaching a point in this game where people are dedicated to multiple kingdoms, right? Like maybe it's okay to be like, we're loyal to more than just this one kingdom that we're in. We also have friends in another kingdom, and we pilot for those kingdoms. I mean, I've piloted for 1079 a bit over, you know, many KvKs now. I wouldn't say my relationships there are like especially strong, but I sort of like, I would like to see 1079 do well because it's fun to help them do well. So maybe we're just getting to a point where people are loyal to multiple kingdoms at once. And I think that part of it sounds reasonable to me. The part of piloting that sounds unreasonable to me is that it just gives whales like another advantage. Fetty says, honestly, we buy RSS, we send tows, we trash talk, but pilots, we had our first 2 join Discord ever this KvK. If there's more, we don't know about them. Fatty said, or Paco says, I don't buy, I don't send toes, I don't trash talk. I mean, I haven't bought, I have not bought resources. I have piloted. And I do play on others' accounts sometimes. So, I mean, it's all gray area, you know? It's all gray area. Yeah, Malik, that, you know, my source for piloting stuff, my source for piloting rumors was like, yeah, I got hired to pilot in 960 and I saw Malik in there. And he may or may not have said, man, they just add anybody. But Malik also says, anyone with the same ID as me or very close one is either from 2218, who came to 2217, or a 2217 native player. Made in Hell, etc. are all native players technically. Gotcha. No, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, look, it's always good to know about other like strong kingdoms in this game, right? Because it's not like it's easy to build a strong kingdom in this game. It's not like it's not like there's all that many like kingdoms that are going to last for a long time that will basically just like be a factor in any KvK they enter, right? Like when a strong kingdom enters a KvK, you either ally with them or you go through them to win the KvK. Like there's no other way around it. Like you have to deal with them one way or another. And there's not that many strong kingdoms in the game, but like once you build it, it's like it's not rocket science at that point. Like you just kind of like play your best and you just have that kind of strength. And you know, on some level, we're all just kind of like always fighting to maintain that status. And I think like, yeah, we lost this KvK and everything, but we can just sort of like, at some point take a step back and be like, we're still that strong kingdom. We're still the kingdom that the enemy had to deal with in order to win. Multi-instance is just a function of BlueStacks, but BlueStacks is a pretty bad platform. There are other ways to multi-instance than the BlueStacks. You guys are being very magnanimous in the chat, so I will let you know that. Humble Death says it takes years to create a kingdom that lasts long term. It does. It does. And I think it's interesting that, like, you know, I think in the chat right now, I'm essentially talking to another very stable A kingdom. I know you guys say you're a B kingdom, but I think I'm talking to another very stable A kingdom. And it's kind of interesting that, like, it almost might be the case that there are more, like, stable A kingdoms than there are stable Imperiums. It's kind of interesting like that. You know, I mean, I am thinking at this point that, like, the Korean kingdoms, 188 and 1525 are very stable. It seems like 1235 is very stable. What else? It's, you know, 1718 is very stable. 1818 is very stable. These are all, like, very, very stable non-Imperium kingdoms that I think are unlikely to go anywhere anytime soon. Whereas, like, with the Imperiums, it's like, man, they just rise and fall like a mother effer. Paco says 2313 and 2217 are the best kingdoms I've been in, both solid and great. Sadly, I can't keep up with either, lol. Yeah, Paco, I'm always just trying to keep up. As we get better, as we bring in more talent, I'm just always trying to keep up. I can never tell if I'm fighting a doable battle or if I'm fighting a losing battle on that one. I mean, I'll be honest, like, part of the thing that I am not good at is that, like, honestly, everyone who's talking in chat right now is from 2217. Like, we're going over this KvK, and I'm talking with my enemies, because not too many of the players from 770 are in here. And that's my biggest issue, is that I am not great at building relationships. And it just, you know, just over the long term, that kind of, that can just kind of hurt you in some ways. And so I don't know exactly what direction I'm going to go, where it's like, is my community going to be the Handsome Devils, or is my community going to be this YouTube channel? And I mean, I think on a basic level, this is just like a good fit for me, because I'm just like, I straddle both. I straddle both. I straddle my team with my own thing that I have here. But I can always do better. You know, I can always do better. And as I said before, I think that wars like this are a mirror on who we are as people. And that mirror can be useful sometimes. Paco says, AO, all 2217 people, remember to drop a like. Yeah, man, you guys are very cool in the glow of victory. You guys became, I guess you guys are just very happy right now. But what has backfired on you, is that you guys have made me quite a bit happier as well, because I didn't know how long this stream would go. I didn't know what the stream would be like. But I've actually had a very fun time, and so you're allowing me to get over this loss much faster than I expected. Again, how Chen says KvK is kind of finished, just chilling. Bang says 770 dislike bombs every stream. Yes, I mean Banks is like I'm like really glad that Banks, man, I'm glad that you're back, man. I'm really glad Banks is back. You know, Banks is like one of my oldest teammates in the game. Like basically other than Addy Navo, Banks is like my oldest teammate. And Banks is like the original core of the Handsome Devils that started like 5 years ago. If I said that like 4 people were like the main core of that, Banks is like one of those 4 people. So like, and Banks and I have had like our ups and downs, I guess. Banks famously zeroed his city against me before he quit, or before he migrated. Banks like swarmed my city, zeroed all his troops, and then he like migrated to 606. But I mean, I hope that, I'm really glad that Banks is like back playing the game, back hanging out on my stream, because, you know, maybe Banks like gets me a little bit more now, where it's like, I'm not the easiest person to have a friendship with. I don't like, I'm kind of a loner and stuff like that, but you know, I'll try to always be like fair with you and nice to you when we do interact. And I'm not like the least fun person to play this game with. So like, I just hope that I can continue to have relationships with people in the way that Banks and I have a relationship, which is like, we kind of learn how each other are and we accept how each other are. And then we just go from there. So, you know, there's always hope. There's always hope in the future. The one and only GR says, seems you got more viewers from the enemy here than your own kingdom. That's sad, man. Nah, man, my kingdom's cool with me, dude. My kingdom's cool with me. They're just like not YouTube. Part of it is that my kingdom are not YouTubers. Like they've never been into YouTube ROK. Like, you know, like people like Addy or I don't even think Eli. I don't think Eli watches much YouTube ROK. Like, I don't think Duke watched all that much ROK. I think the 1252 people watch it a little bit more. But even they, I don't think our kingdom is like big on YouTube ROK. Like, I just don't think they're really into it. They were like Discord people for a long time. And now they just like talk to each other. Malik says, wait until Fatty tries to recruit you. Malik, Fatty tried to recruit me on day 3. He tried to recruit me on day 3. Fatty says, sneaky 4-drops for drunk this KvK, not gonna lie. Well, yeah, if he did the 4-drops in our face, then I would say those are pretty drunk. But they worked. They worked. And they gave us some of the best fights. Like, some of the best fights were around those 4-drops. I don't know. I said I wasn't going to drink during this KvK. I was like, I'm not going to smoke and I'm not going to drink at all during this KvK. I did not smoke at all. And I drank... I think at this point I've drank roughly... how many have I drank? I think I've drunken, whatever the word is. I think I've drunken, I want to say 16 beers at this point over a 21-day war. I think I bought 3 6-packs. I might have bought 4. And so like that's been decent. The drinking hasn't really hurt me too much. Although maybe it did last night a little bit. But if I'm on beer 16, I'm about to start beer 17, so I'll be right back. Paco says, I personally like the relationship between Sneaky and Fatty. In ways they are so different, but then in others they are alike. It makes for a good dynamic duo team to lead wars. And then he says, for 313, it is the same for GVT and SBA. They are a good combo as well. Yeah, I mean, Addy and I have been a good combo for a long time. You know, we used to... I think I used to think I was like as good of a leader as Addy, and over time I realized he's like a lot smarter than me and like does a lot more than me. And so, and Addy's realized like what my strengths are as well, which is I'm like I'm more of a tactician and Addy is more of a strategy person. And so like Addy does the strategy and Addy does the territory building. And I sort of like execute his plans for the most part. And that's like a very like comfortable place for me because I don't have to think about too much. I can like zoom in pretty close. And then it's more of like a logistical and operational role. And so, you know, I mean, Addy and I have been a very good duo as well. And I think that's been a big part of our success. And I mean, speaking about like how there's like more people from 2217 in the stream than there are from my own team, like in all honesty, Addy and I don't talk a ton. Like we have a friendship at this point that's been built over 5 years, but especially like back in the day, we really don't talk like that much. I remember I was telling Bow Tiger this one time. I was like, yeah, Addy and I don't like, we're not super close, but our incentives are just so incredibly well aligned. We're like, I help Addy execute his plans and I help Addy like run and build a successful alliance. And Addy gives me the platform to do the stuff in the game that I think is fun, which is like sort of fight and be a leader in fighting. And so like Addy and I have just had like incredibly well aligned incentives for like 5+ years. And that's been like the core of our relationship. Whether like any personal stuff we have, any personal like short-term personal issues that we might have, they fade away by the fact that we are just like incentivized to work together. And I think one of the things that's very interesting at this moment is that you know, this was like one of the first KvKs we've ever had where like we have like some good leaders from other other kingdoms, right? Like Nooney's like a very good leader, and like there's also other leaders in 2263 who are capable players and capable leaders. And so now there's like this thought that maybe like our core leadership, and like Eli is also like a very key leader. Like I have to say that Eli is also like on like my level at this point, because Eli does like an absolute ton for our alliance. Like he's like a, you know, he was like a main recruiter in getting 1252 here and stuff. But like there's like the possibility that we're gonna like expand our leadership team at this point. And like it's kind of scary, to be honest. Like it's nice to like divide the labor up with more people, but it's sort of like, man, are we really going to disrupt the equilibrium that we have right now? So it's pretty interesting. Like yeah, I'm really glad that you guys are telling me a little bit about that dynamics of 2217, because like that's the thing that has always been so interesting to me about this game, is like what the leadership is actually like in these other kingdoms. You know, like in 1093, what who is really, you know, driving the bus in 1093? Like how many people are really involved in driving that bus? You know, because in our kingdom, it's really been like 3 people for a long time. It's been like myself, Addy, and Captain. Like Captain's the leader of the Koreans. She's been the leader of the Koreans like since day one, basically. And it's just like that, the personality of those people like affects so much, like for better or worse, right? Like my personality, I don't have a great personality. Like I don't have a great personality. I'm kind of like a stick in the mud. I'm kind of a downer, you know? I don't have too much of a life outside of ROK, so I don't have like a ton of stuff to talk about. I don't have a great personality. But like, if I'm one of the leaders, then like my personality makes its imprint on the team anyway. And like, people just have to like deal with that, you know? And it's just very interesting to me, because that is like, that defines so much of an alliance. Paco says, well, you and Addy would have to be doing well as a leader team for sure, because it is evident that the 70 players are invested there. Yeah, I mean, Paco, look, at the end of the day, you're only as good as your players. You're only as good as your players, right? And like, I could see that with like, I could see that with like other groups that we've worked with at times, right? Where it's like, their leaders are sometimes very good. Like their leaders are sometimes very good, but they just don't necessarily have the players to like fully execute on what the leaders are trying to do. Humbledust says, I think what forged the relationship, or Sneaky says, I think what forged the relationship I have with Fatty was our KvK 1. It was hell every day. Yeah, I mean, like, the relationship that was forged between, like, me and Addy and Banks and this player named Jay, like, our relationship was forged, like, before KvKs even existed, right? We were just this, like, very newbie kingdom in our start kingdom. We were in, like, Kingdom 131. And, you know, we were just, like, fighting for our lives in, like, the start zone, right? We were just, like, fighting to have territory in the start zone. Because we had these, like, bigger players, these bigger whales who were, like, trying to, like, bully us and, like, just, like, they were like, kind of toxic, to be honest. There's this one guy, Pepper. I don't know if, like, any old school people remember Pepper, but they were, like, a pretty toxic group. And they were just, like, always, like, bullying us, trying to get us out of the zone. But we just, like, fought them. Like, Addy was a great leader, and I had played games like this before, and so I sort of understood, like, what we should be doing. And so we just, like, consistently outplayed this group of whales. And we just were, like, we were literally fighting from day one. Like, from day one of this game, we've been fighting. And, like, those bonds are still around, right? Like, Addy and I are still working together. Banks is still hanging out in our chat. Banks will hopefully migrate his main back to our kingdom after he's done beating 1960. And so, yeah, like, our bonds were formed, like, a long freaking time ago. A long time ago. Yenhasen Chen says, Eli has a Cav Discord channel. Yeah, Eli's a big, he's big in the Cav Discord. And, like Addy Navo used to be big in the Archer Discord. Duke used to be big in the Infantry Discord. So we had, like, a big, you know, we had, like, a big Discord presence a while ago. Malik says, I guess I verified Eli in Octagon. Am I in Octagon already? I'm just in Cav Stable. I don't know what Octagon is. Maybe I'll have to get in Octagon. King Azza says this was a crazy KvK. It was fun but stressful. King Azza, what kingdom are you in? I guess he's in 2217. Pepper and Silver and Minna. And Silver and Minna. See, for me, the three horsemen were Pepper, Puddin, and what was the guy's name? Like Apocalypse or something like that? Like Apocalypse 68? They're like bigger whale. For me, it was like Pepper, Puddin, and then like Apocalypse. Minadang was like more of a... Minadang was more of an ally, if anything. Paco says, Chris is supposed to propose to one of the Asian honeys from 1393. Now we won. Definitely some cute avatars in 1393. No doubt about that. I personally think Ting Beth is cuter than Vivian. I like the baby face. I really am into baby faces. Octagon is the new WTB, the ROK community server. I'll have to get into Octagon. Oh, you're Chris. Oh, King Eyes is Chris. I was pretty inactive except during war. Yeah, Chris, you definitely came on in the second half of war for sure. And now Zug disappears as well. I just said stay away from Vivian. She's mine, MFers. That sounds kind of sus, the babyface thing. No, I mean, there's just like women who have baby faces. They're like cutie pies. Like, look, Paco, you want to see a baby face? Want to see a baby face? Okay, now Jedwiga might actually be young. Okay, all right, never mind. This is like gonna backfire on me. But like Jedwiga is a baby face. She's a cutie pie. Jedwiga is a total cutie pie. But I mean, I would say in this picture, Jedwiga is a woman. Maybe I am getting in trouble here. Anyway, I think Matilda is hotter than Jedwiga, so I just want to say that since I'm on stream. But Matilda is very cute also, right? Matilda is not like a hot woman. Matilda is a very cute woman. And I like that. I like cuteness. Cuteness is like the best. All right, Jedwigo's a bad example. Jedwigo's a bad example. But like, no, Jedwiga is like amazing, dude. Like Jedwiga, when Jedwiga was like the GOAT, like garrison captain, it was amazing to like watch Jedwiga in a garrison just wrecking people. It's like the best freaking, it's just the best little portrait right there. This, you know, it's just amazing to watch Jedwiga just wreck these, like, you know, these arrogant dudes. It's the best. And Jedwiga was the GOAT. Like, don't get it, like, do not, no one forget that Jedwiga YSS was the GOAT garrison for quite a long time. You know, I actually need to use Jedwiga in more thumbnails. I'm kind of like expanding who I use for a thumbnail. I used Scipio in the stream's thumbnail tonight. Because I was like, man, I need to use more like who are the good avatars. But I could totally use Jedwiga, man. I could like I could honestly rock the Jedwiga thumbnail even more than I rock the Justinian thumbnail. Jedwiga's like very strong, like a very strong character portrait. I tried to use Heraclius, but like no one, like that thumbnail got very bad engagement, so I don't know. People don't like Heraclius. I mean, Justinian is obviously just like an alpha male beast. I used to use Jan a lot because Jan is like more like me. Like he's kind of like an older dude with a mustache who's kind of dusty. But Jan is like very badly dressed. Like Jan just has like no style whatsoever. Jedwiga is one of the absolute GOAT avatars. And for the record, I've never used Jedwiga for a thumbnail, but I did use Matilda, so like, I just want that on the record as well. All right. No clips. No clips. Patty says, use the one I sent you in game. Am I really gonna risk this? Oh, yeah. Oh, Fatty, that thumbnail's pretty good. I might use that. I might use that thumbnail. Here, Fatty, the issue with that thumbnail... The issue with that thumbnail is that, like, you took it, and so... Wait, where is it? Why is the thumbnail gone? I might have saved it, but it's too bad that it's not here. So Fatty basically sent me... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, so Fatty, the problem with this thumbnail is that it's from your perspective. So the marches are in blue. So it's as though like my allies are surrounding my city. But like the title for this can be good, which is like enemy leader sends me troll picture or something like that, right? But do you see what I'm saying, right? Like it looks like my allies are swarming my city, not my enemies. King Azza, I just said they were cute. And Yenhao Chen, no, I'm not drunk. I'm just getting there. Humble says, how many kills on your Justinian? That's a good question. Probably not that many. I didn't use them a ton. Yeah, 5.3. 5.3. Yeah. Jay, welcome to the stream. Hey, QD to you as well. I'm very curious to see if I'm gonna have like a positive kill to heal ratio this KvK. Obviously, last KvK I had like a solid but not like overly impressive killed to healed ratio. In this KvK, it's gonna be interesting. I think I'm in the positive. I think I'm gonna be in the positive, but I think it's pretty close. And I think that when the stats come out, because at the end of the KvK, the stats are gonna come out for like who has healed the most. And I think I'm going to be like pretty high up on the who has healed the most leaderboard. Because I do think that our camp healed more than Picardy. I hate to say it, but I do think that we healed more than Picardy. But that's a tough one to gauge. That's a really tough one to gauge. Wait, Ark is here? Is Ark here? Bank says my kill ratio against 960 is about to be brutally negative. Chris says I'm going to propose to Vivian and Fatty going to zero me. You know, there are a lot of like serious... This game has spawned like a lot of serious relationships. But I think you have to be king. Like, here's the thing, Chris. From what I know of this game, which I don't know much, I'm far from being the most well-networked person. But from what I know about this game, is that if you are going to... Okay, this is not entirely true. But, like, the best way to get into a relationship with someone in this game is you actually have to be the leader. Like, you can't be, like, the R4. You gotta be, like, the actual leader. Because I basically know, like, two sort of, like, king-type players in this game. And they're literally both dating, like, one of their teammates. So, like, I feel like you gotta be the king. And, like, if you're not the king, it's a little bit tougher. Oh, Chen is Ark. Chen is Ark. Okay. That's not so... Okay, I'm not surprised by that. Alright, shout out to Ark. Shout out to Ark. You know? Yeah, Ark, I appreciate the support. You know? You went a little hard in the paint on me at times, but... You know, everybody has their own... Everyone has their own point of view. As Fatty said, everyone has their own perspective. Banks wants us to, like, launch one more counterattack. Bro, can you guys not see that I'm happier that the war is... Now that the war is over? Can you guys not see that I am a nicer... Possibly even funnier person now that the war is over? I think people will find that once war is over, they will find me to be a different person. Alright, Ark. Only because, like... Only because you gave me the chords, I will go to your chords. If this is the chords for the Lost Temple, I'm gonna ban you, Ark. Okay. Yeah, Ark played very well. Actually, Ark lost a lot of power in Kingsland. Ark lost a lot of power in Kingsland. Ark was at like 97... Ark was at around like 97 million power when Kingsland started, so he lost a lot of power in Kingsland. I don't really want to look at this. Oh, you guys aren't even close to the You're not even chilling at the Lost Temple yet. What? Bro, guys, relax. 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 I mean, I guess 903 was still like fighting here. But guys, you had like a very good win. Teleport your asses to the freaking middle, man. It's a great view. This is a great view right here. Got a great view right here. Always remember that when you're eating at a restaurant next to the ocean, you're not paying for the food. You're paying for the view. You're paying for the view, guys. Fatty, thank you for the donation. Fatty says, sneaky best French-speaking leader in ROK. Yeah, Sneaky did a good job with swarming stuff, and I'm sure he did a good job leading. Sneaky's March Control not the best on the planet, though, Fatty. You got to admit, Fatty, Sneaky's March Control, it's not the best there is. Yen Hao Chen says a lot of time trash talk or enemy will become the friends. Yeah, Arc, I mean, for sure, right? Like, basically, the best migration that we've ever had, the best migration that our alliance has ever freaking had, is that, and Arc, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate it, guys. Really appreciate the support. Awesome. And glad that we're having a good time here. But yeah, honestly, the best migration that we've ever had is from our former enemies, right? So, like, some of the people you may have recognized from this war, like that guy. That guy, I think, went a little bit inactive recently, but he's, like, a great player, that guy. Dex. Dex is, like, a former leader of 1252. Dex is a great player, along with Anna or Yuli. They're sort of like a duo. Don Papa Tiger just came from 1252, this KvK. Played great. Barney has become one of my best friends in this alliance. He's from 1252. Rogue's from 1252. Tank is Yuli and Dex's alt. Anna's a great player. I'm sure you guys went up against Anna's garrison a number of times. Or her garrisons. And like all those people are former enemies of ours. We fought against all of them in a Strife of the Eight. And so like all our former enemies became literally our best recruiting class ever by far. They're literally like half the alliance at this point. They're like what makes us still be a strong alliance. Nolar who just set a marker. Nolar who just set a marker is also from 1252. What's Nolar up to? I shouldn't have shown that on stream. I should not have shown that on stream. Sorry, Nolar. Paco says Sneaky's running farms, dropping flags, and throwing his 5 marches out. Yeah, Paco, I mean, I'm doing the same thing. I mean, leaders and garrison captains, we just have it really rough as far as being like optimal, like open field type players. Just like we're never able to do it. It's like there's always like other stuff going on. Our best gear's on our garrison. We forget to put gear on other marches. I actually fought with Guan naked. Like yesterday, when like in our final fight yesterday, I literally fought with a naked Guan. I'm not sure if anybody subscribed, but thank you for the subscription if someone did. So Sneaky says, look at my kill death ratio kill to heal ratio last time. Yeah, I'm curious what some of these look like. I mean, the thing about Addy at this point is Addy like sometimes just doesn't even fight in the open field. He just like he just overviews the map, you know. Okay, so your ratio is actually your ratio is better than mine, Sneaky, last time. Yeah, Sneaky's ratio is better than mine for sure. Nolar did want to keep fighting. I'm not gonna lie, Nolar was like, "What do you guys think? Should we do something more?" Is this Fatty? I don't think it is. That's not. I don't think that's Fatty. There's no way. No, there's no way that's Fatty. Let's look at Paco's ratio. Yeah, Paco's solid. Paco's solid. I mean, you guys have like a good Ark of Osiris record. I'll say our Ark of Osiris record is slightly better than y'all's, but you guys have a good record. Timelapse, welcome to the stream. Timelapse says, guys, I remember I played Rise of Kingdoms in 2022, and I remember that I could rescue people from dark troops or something like that. And it said that the scout was infiltrating the dark army. What was it? I can't find anything about it anywhere. Timeless, I think that was like an event where you could like scout different like I think it's one of those events where you could like scout things. You had to like find it and then you could scout it. Oh, you guys lost to GT? That's rough. That's rough. We lost to 1753, which one of their leaders was this guy JG, who essentially JG was like one of the key R4s for like a Korean alliance that was like when we came to this kingdom, we had 3 alliances. Like when we came here, there were 3 alliances. There were 2 Korean alliances, and then there was like us, the Handsome Devils. And then we won KvK 2. We like dominated KvK 2. And then this guy JG like somehow got in a dispute with people, and JG left. And then our king, who was like a pre-med student in Korea, he retired. And so then like one of the 2 Korean kingdoms, like literally like they fell apart. Like they were the king. They were like the lead alliance. And their alliance completely fell apart when like their king and JG left. And then Captain like took over, and her alliance, which was like the secondary Korean alliance, they just became the main one. And it's like been that way ever since. But like we kind of had these like very weird, like we kind of had some weird drama that we were not like really fully aware of like early on in our kingdom. And this dude JG, he went to 1753, and that's who we lost to in Osiris League. Yeah, the Thief one. It was like one of those events. Wise says Steven R4 and R5 at the same time. Legend. Yeah, Steven was tough. Steven was tough. I think I scouted Steven at one point and he said, "Don't worry, I have tons of resources." There's no way I get this chain, right? There's no way I get this chain. It's impossible. Thank you for the subscription. Chinese characters that I am not able to read, but thank you for the subscription. Tamla says, it wasn't an event that you triggered. It was like you scouted a cave. There was a dark cage. You could scout to free the person trapped in them. There's a dark cage. You could send a scout to free the person trapped in them. I barely remember that. I honestly, time-lapse, that's one that I don't quite remember. I mean, I definitely have For the Thief. I definitely have a bunch of For the Thieves left. Right? I still have these guys left. But you're describing something different, and I barely remember it. I barely remember it. It was one of the events from one of the seasons, I think. Brady says, can't wait for the stats for this KvK, see who gets the star. Look, I thought we won, and I was already getting ready to like argue with 903 about who gets the star. Because I thought it was possible they would have like better stats than us, because, you know, they fought like easier enemies. And I was already ready to like argue with them about it and be like, how can you guys get the star when we did all this stuff? So, I guess the one good thing about us, there's 2 good things about us losing. 1, we don't have to argue about who gets the star and have a civil war about that. And 2, you all are like in such a great mood for my stream. And I'm gonna miss this chain too. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 12-inch would be rolling in his grave at my ability to A, completely zero myself and lose and fight for the entire KvK, and B, he would roll in his grave at my complete inability to talk with the stream and chain at the same time. It's completely pathetic compared to what 12-inch does. But hey, at least I still had speed ups after 21 days of fighting and was still in there. I think we got the same thing. Our side, we shall see, always the way, but great allies 2902. Well, I mean, you know, in a tough KvK, one thing that happens is that, especially when a star is in dispute, one thing that happens is that the enemies always get to have their say. The enemies always get to have their say, and so I will say that Picardy deserves the star. Like, Averni played great, Averni played very well, but Picardy deserves the star. There's no doubt. There's just no doubt that Picardy deserves the star. But of course, sometimes you get into kingdoms, or you get into disputes where, like, you know, you're arguing with your allied camp about who deserves the star. And like every single one of your enemies says that you deserve the star. And then your allied camp is like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like, what the enemies say doesn't have any impact. And they also say the stats don't have any impact. I mean, we literally had a campmate. Or not a campmate, we had an ally from another camp. When we won the KvK, when we made a miraculous comeback to win the KvK, who said that what the enemies say, if the enemies say we deserve the star, that doesn't matter. If the stats say we deserve the star, that also doesn't matter. All that matters is their subjective sense of who played better strategically. And I am not going to name that kingdom because all their leadership, that kingdom fell apart and their leadership migrated to a very, very strong kingdom. And so I am done bad-mouthing that kingdom because I want to ally with them in the future. I don't want them to ally against us. So I'm done bad-mouthing that kingdom. But that was some serious bullshit. That was some serious bullshit. And if I wasn't such a slacker, I would have made videos about that already. But I mean, I pretty much have three wars that I can make videos about. I can make videos about this war. I can make videos about our war with 1818. Or I could make videos about the so-called drama war that I never finished. Truth be told, I'm gonna tell the story of the 1818 war first. I have very good footage of that, so I'm gonna tell the story of that. My footage of this KvK, I'm not sure exactly how good it is. I did a bunch of weird stuff, like which account I was recording on and stuff like that, so we'll see. Chris says, I'm not moving for the next 20 days because I have no TPs. Chris, that's what I started the stream out saying. I was auto-ported back to like a not great spot, but since it cost me 750 gems to teleport, I may just stay there. I may just stay there. Fatty says, F that stars cause so much controversy, great Lilith edition. Oh, I agree completely. I mean, yeah, the star is a great addition, an amazing addition. It's just like Kill Event back in the day, right? Like back in the day, you know, before KvKs existed, Kill Event was just brilliant. Kill Event was a brilliant way to cause drama and conflict in the home kingdom. You know, nothing caused more conflict than Kill Event. And so it was just great. It was like a great addition. And the star is great as well, for sure. There aren't that many KvKs where it's in doubt, but there are a few, I guess. But we should definitely have 5 stars right now. Like, there's just like, we should definitely have 5 stars. We want a Strife of the 8 that's not listed here. We're like, we definitely should have 5 stars. Our allies 100% like had a super easy KvK, barely fought. We got into Kingsland, we were winning, and then they knew that we were drained, and they knew that they were fresh, and so they just like made absurd arguments about how they should deserve the star. Like absurd arguments, where we literally fought for 16 days against all the tough enemies and had something like 30% more, 30 to 50% more deads and more kill points than them. and they somehow argue, and all of our enemies said we deserved the star, and they somehow tried to argue that they deserved the star anyway, because they knew that if we fought them in Kingsland, they would beat us. And then we did fight them in Kingsland, and they did beat us. And I think if I remember correctly, we got pushed all the way back to our start zone. So that was like insane. But yeah, I mean, you know, like that kingdom fell apart. That kingdom's dead. That kingdom is deader than dead. That kingdom had to earn stars in order to recruit new players in. They needed to recruit players, so they were desperate to get another star, and so they did anything they could to get another star. And then they lost to some like middle of the road Chinese kingdom a few KvKs down the line, and they fell apart. Like instantly fell apart, and all their leaders migrated to one of the best Korean kingdoms in the game. And I mean, that's the game we're playing. Like we're just playing that game. We're playing a game where heart like totally matters. Like heart matters a lot, but then there's also the tangible reality of the game, which is that like people want to win. For the most part, people show up when their team is winning. People want to get into fights where they actually get good trades. People generally show up for fights where they get good trades and straight up disappear in fights where they're getting bad trades. And people just tend to like go to winning kingdoms. And that's just sort of like the reality of the game. And I think to some extent, you have to ride that wave. What even game is this, Paco? Yeah, so Paco, I don't play pay to win mobile games, Paco. I'm a hardcore PC gamer. I'm a hardcore PC gamer who I don't care about the graphics. I don't care about the character models. I only care about the integrity of a skill-based game, Paco. Chris says that Chris needs Hunter. I need Hunter. I also started out this stream saying that I needed Hunter. I needed it really freaking bad. I very foolishly bought this destructive inscription with, you know, our last victory, because, you know, we've had multiple victories during this inscription era. I very foolishly bought this second destructive inscription that I have nothing to use it on, when I could 100% be using Hunter and actually equip my Justinian Nevsky rally with a wedge formation and use that rally the way it's intended, instead of my complete bullshit arch formation on everything. Paco says, I used to be a hardcore PC gamer before I moved. Will soon put back up my PC and get back into Dota again. But yeah, Dota 2 is the game that I played before Rise of Kingdoms. I mean, I'm like a hardcore gamer from way back. Like I'm one of the oldest people alive to have won money at esports. I am the first full-time esports journalist in the history of the world. I finished in the top 10 at KvK in the last century. But like I wasn't like a gamer for a long time because I was playing poker and that was a game in and of itself. Then I got into Dota 2. I got like heavy into Dota 2. That kind of like hurt my poker career quite a bit. I then quit both poker and Dota 2. I thought I was done with gaming forever. How did my... Oh, I sent this... Why did I send Chandra as a one-troop march? Anyway, I thought I was completely done with gaming. And then I just randomly downloaded... Rise of Kingdoms. You know, I had subscribed to Gecko for this other game that he played. And I just like was randomly watching YouTube, and I decided to watch a Gecko video about Rise of Kingdoms. And I was like, oh, this game looks kind of cool. I'll download it for a day and then delete it, and then I'll feel productive about myself. Because I'm trying to like have a good life, and gaming wrecks my life. And then, you know, I played Rise of Kingdoms for one day. It was kind of a cool game. The original alliance I was in, like, got pressured by another alliance to like join them or whatever. Or they were just, or like they pressured the original alliance to like just surrender. And the alliance leader realized he was just like completely ill-equipped for this game, so he just like disbanded the alliance. And then you get these like pop-ups. This is on like day 2 of me playing this game. You get these like pop-ups of like, so-and-so has invited you to join their alliance. And the pop-up I got was this freaking face right here. I got this friggin' random pop-up right here to join this idiot's alliance. Like this actual asshole who has like ruined my life. I got invited to join his alliance. And you know, the rest, as they say, is history. Which game did you make money in esports? I won money at Quake 3. I placed in the money in 2 tournaments in Quake 3, and then I also finished in the top 10 at QuakeCon twice, but there was no prize money for that. And then I technically didn't win prize money, but I did win a CPL qualifier in Counter-Strike 1.6, which was worth like $500. Like they gave us like $500 like traveling fees or something like that to go to the CPL. And we was sort of like we were like automatically qualified for like the final bracket. So I have semi-technically won money at both Quake 3 and Counter-Strike 1.6. Although like officially I have only won money at Quake 3. Natsu says, lol, my whole personality, this KvK was Henry Zug. Natsu played a weird KvK. I'll be interested to see Natsu's contribution when this thing is over. Because Natsu's like a very, very good player. But he kind of like wore himself out very early on. Through a combination of like taking city rallies and like defending a pretty pointless... Your D flag. But Natsu's like a very good player. And, you know. And that's one of the things that is interesting about war, right? Is like each individual player has to make decisions for their own account. And people can make good decisions or they can make like not so great decisions. And like it's hard for me to say that Natsu made like amazing decisions, but he probably did like a ton of damage to the enemy. And so considering my whole focus is like doing damage to the enemy, maybe I can't really like criticize Natsu's approach too much. Plato, welcome to the stream. Plato, I am streaming tonight because I know all the attention is going to go to you guys tomorrow. And so best of luck to 2268. And you know, Plato, man, we're just kind of like recapping our KvK. Like a bunch of my enemies have been hanging out in the stream tonight and have been very cool and very chill and very fun to talk to. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening in this game. It's not what I expected at all. And you know, Plato's one of the main dudes I think who's going to chronicle the future of this game. And so, yeah, Plato, some pretty interesting stuff happening in my stream tonight, I have to say. And I'm sure some very interesting things will happen in Plato's coverage in the coming days as he becomes one of the main chroniclers of one of the most watched wars in 2023. Fatty says Natsu was a pain in the ass all KvK, so no matter kills, he definitely did his job. Yeah, Fetty, I hear you on that, and that's interesting to hear. I just sometimes wish a player as good as Natsu had like all his marches ready to like fight in like the sort of objective based engagements that I'm a part of leading, you know? And Natsu does says, yeah, I'm not doing that again. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to let somebody like Natsu cook. Like, and a lot of like, I don't know, because I'm not like a great leader and not like a great motivator and don't have like great relationships with people. Part of what I try to do as a leader is I just try to like put people in situations that let them cook, you know, like give them situations where they can win the fight, get good trades, make big plays. And so Natsu is like one of those players for sure. And it was just that in this war, Natsu didn't really fall on my template very much. Natsu had his own template. Paco says, my old school gamer days was mostly MMORPGs, then got into MOBAs, then needed a mobile game to play at work and started ROK. But then I moved in 2022 and did not back up PC yet. Not enough disposable income for that yet. Yeah, Paco, your journey is pretty similar to mine. Mine is only slightly different in that I started with MMORPGs, right? I played Ultima Online. I was literally a beta tester for Ultima Online. I also was like a closed beta tester for EverQuest. So like, if anybody's familiar with EverQuest, like the most famous guild in EverQuest was like Fires of Heaven, and like the leaders of Fires of Heaven became like the people who like built World of Warcraft. And so I was like a closed beta tester for EverQuest with that group of people, and like I just played the game and I like barely ever commented about it on the forums, but like I remember reading like all these like super thoughtful posts from like people from this group called Fires of Heaven, and I was like, man, these guys are like really good at beta testing games, you know? They like give like incredibly good feedback to these testers and stuff, or to these developers. So yeah, I played Ultima Online and EverQuest. And basically, I was in college at the time, and I was like playing the EverQuest closed beta. There was this guy called Asmodeus, who like I was a wizard in the closed beta test, and then this guy Asmodeus was also a wizard. I had started slightly before him. I had slightly better gear than him, but we like grouped for like a few days at the docks in not in East Commonlands, but in Oasis of Mar. We were like killing crocodiles at the docks, and then I like I was on Thanksgiving break for college, so like I went back to my family. Like I went back home to like visit my family for a week, you know, like a normal human being. And I came back to the test like a week later, and Asmodeus was like level, you know, I was like level 25, and Asmodeus was like level 37 or 38 when I got back from Thanksgiving break. And I was just like, F this shit. I don't want to play a game that's all based on having no life and like putting time into it. I want to play a skill-based game. And so then I got into Quake 3, and then I played Quake 3 and Counter-Strike for the next like 3 or so years, like right at the beginning of esports. Which I'm glad I did, but at the same time, EverQuest was like an incredibly good game, and I sort of like regret not experiencing EverQuest. Noonie, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Noonie was a great... Noonie's the leader of 2263. Noonie played a great KvK. I awkwardly admitted on voice last night that Noonie probably played better than me this KvK. Because Noonie had like a better temperament than I had, right? Like I tend to get very pissed. I tend to be like very negative. Noonie not only had great decision making and kept his kingdom together and kept his kingdom engaged, but he also had like a very, very good temperament and was very good at working with other people. So I have to say, you know, like given all those factors, I have to say that Noonie as a leader played better than I did. And I consider that high praise. You know, yeah. So why Noonie in the chat played a very good KvK. Very good. Nats, we were talking about Natsu's play earlier. Natsu says, yeah, well, I thought it was worth it because I gave you all 6 to 7 million deads for my 1 million deads. But yeah, maybe shouldn't have done that, Fatty. It's tough. It's honestly tough. It's really tough to assess. I mean, we burned some of our farms. Like, we burned some of our best farms. Cav garrisoning a fort that, like, 1393 just threw their, like, their dead accounts at one night. And, like, that might have not been, like, the best way to use some of our best farms. Like, we got good trades and everything, you know, and we traded our farm troops for their, like, quote-unquote main account troops. But, like, maybe that wasn't the best trade. It's really hard to evaluate. I'm like a... Oh, someone actually rallied this... Someone rallied this thief. Shout out to whoever rallied this thief. I'll throw another one out there if they want to rally it again. I mean, the rewards are absolutely horrible for these things, but there you go. Like, do I really want to spend 100 AP for this? I absolutely do not. I absolutely do not. Shout out to Barney. Shout out to Barney chaining barbs. But yeah, it's really hard to, like, not take the good trade. It's really hard to not take the good trade and be, like, sort of prepared for a better trade. Like, that's a very hard thing to do. And I tend to not do it because I'm just a very, like, simplistic thinker. Paco says, betas and closed betas always feel more fun than the actual release. I think my first MMORPG was Neo Steam. It was such an awesome game then. I've never heard of Neo Steam. Yeah, Natsu says, well, I have 5 legendary archer sets and 4 of them went to waste this KvK kind of. Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit... That's why I'm a little sus of Natsu's decisions. But, like, don't get me wrong, Natsu's, like, a very good player. Like, it's just, like, one of those things that happens. You know? I mean, Barney kind of burnt himself out real quick, too, you know? Barney's, like, a really good player, and he burnt himself out quick. Because you just never know how long the war is going to last, right? You just never know how long the war is going to last. Alpaca says, where I'm from, esports or WELL competition in any form or being able to compete, like, internationally was, like, non-existent. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, esports was, like, pretty small. It was pretty small. You know, it's obviously a lot bigger now. And part of me wishes I had stayed in the scene. I mean, like, if anybody knows DJ Wheat, like, if you're familiar with esports, then you probably know DJ Wheat. He's, like, a very well-known, you know, podcaster of Quake games, and he was, like, a very kind of a bigwig at Twitch in the early days. Like, one of the first, like, sort of quote-unquote jobs that DJ Wheat had in esports was writing for my website. I think he was, like, the first person who I hired to work for my website. He never got paid. Like, the website never made that much money. But it was, like, the biggest... it was the biggest esports website, at least in North America, for a time. And yeah, DJ Wheat was, like, the first person who I hired for it. And obviously he went on to, like, very big things. And then this guy Midway came along. This guy Midway started a site called Gotfrag. And Gotfrag was, like, very Counter-Strike focused. And Counter-Strike, like... Gotfrag basically ate my lunch. Like, Gotfrag was, like, a very big site with a lot of writers. And I was just, like, a one-man shop. And so Gotfrag, like, took a lot of my audience. The Counter-Strike coverage I was doing was, like, not as thorough as his Counter-Strike coverage. And so Gotfrag became, like, a very big site, and then Midway, like, started working for ESL, and, like, Midway is, like, you know, did very well with ESL. And Midway was basically, like, my first competition. Like, he introduced himself to me at an event. We talked for a long time, we hung out, and I just, like, didn't see it coming, you know? Like, I just... Sometimes when the person replacing you and making you sort of, like, obsolete or whatever, you just, like, don't even see it coming. And, you know, that's sort of my backstory as far as gaming goes. Whereas I was, like, very involved in esports. I misplayed it. And then I drifted away for a very long time. And this YouTube channel is basically, like, the first content creation I have done in basically like 20 years. But I do have a background in content creation. Fatty, good night to you. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. You know, as I realize that I'm starting to ramble, I think now would be a good time to do Champions of Olympia. So if anybody wants to jump in on some Champions of Olympia, let me know. I believe it's unranked. Yeah, we have unranked for the next hour. So yeah, if anybody wants to play COO, we will jump in on that for here in a minute. Let me send this Boudica. Let me send the double C back home. Let me send the Zug back home because I need to put this gear on somebody else. Fetty says, Brian, you're a solid leader. Start of stream, he was a little disheartened. You outplayed us numerous times and really gave everything for your team. Can't be proud. Keep it up. Fetty, I appreciate that. Fetty, you did a great job as well. You have recruited an excellent kingdom. You are clearly a very good recruiter, but you guys also did all the things that you needed to do to have success against a tough opponent. So it's not that you just recruited, but you also did the other things that you needed to do. You guys definitely tested us and challenged us and forced people like me to look in the mirror and look at our mistakes and look at things that we can do better. That's why I sounded disheartened at the beginning of the stream, is because I simply realized that I made mistakes and I want to work on those mistakes. Fatty, hopefully we challenged you guys and showed you guys where you guys can become better. I think the things you guys need to improve are different than the things that we need to improve. But you know, we are both on a road to greater success in the future, I think. And that is definitely something to be proud of. That is not easily earned in this game. And I think we should all, all of us who are in the lucky position of being part of a strong kingdom and being able to get those really big dopamine hits from like being an impact player in these successful kingdoms. I think we all should be grateful for the lucky position that we are in, because I think there are a lot of people out there who wish they were in our position. I think there are a lot of former leaders. I think there are a lot of up and coming leaders. I think there are a lot of people who have quit the game, who, whether they admit it or not, would like to be in the positions that we are in, where we get these really good dopamine hits when things go well for us. And so, yeah, you know, it's you know, Fatty, I appreciate all the good vibes on this stream from both you and all your teammates. I think I honestly can't think of a better way to sort of wrap up this war than all of us, in my case, having a couple drinks and joking around and talking about the pretty crazy experience that we just went through. Gypsy Danger says, and there's always listen, the truth is always in the middle. There's always a counterpoint. Gypsy Danger says, we should all follow 1001 and learn from them. Stop giving money to Lilith. That's a fair point. That's a fair freaking point. That is a fair point. But my thing is, like, listen, I'm not going to say this KvK was the most fun I've ever had in my life, because it wasn't. But I like to play these KvKs. It's like working out. It's like exercise. It's not fun when you do it, but you strengthen your muscles, and then you have a better future. And so for me, I like playing these KvKs. It wasn't super fun, but we strengthen our muscles, and now we're just going to go into other KvKs against other competition, and we're going to be like so much better for it. And we're going to have, at times, we're going to have relaxing KvKs. Like, you know, we've fought some pretty like tough, like well-known opponents And when I look back on it, I'm like, that was a relaxing KvK. And so I just look forward to more of that in the future. I look forward to very tough fights in the future where we get tested and everyone shows their ass and like shows who they really are and shows like who they really are in this game. But I also look forward to KvKs where we just have a relaxing, steady dopamine rush type of victory that is brought on by these tough KvKs where you learn a lot and you get rid of your dead weight. You hopefully add more talent because you've attracted more talent by your performance. And, you know, you just, you're somewhere in the middle. You're somewhere in the middle between what me and Fatty are saying and what Gypsy is saying. Which is you don't go super hardcore. You don't kill yourself. You don't wreck your life. But you also, you know, beat up on some mids who think they're good at this. But yeah, we'll play COO in 7 minutes when my marches get home. Let me go ahead and open up my armaments. I do have a few. I do have some armament chests. Actually, I got like a really good inscription the other day. I got a really good inscription the other day. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this? It might have been this, but I don't think it was this. And I think it was, what was it? It might have been the Enraged. It might have been Enraged. Was it this? Maybe it was this Enraged. Anyway, like I could roll this, right? Like it's a very good armament. 1.25% skill, or 2.5% skill damage is 1.25% all damage, or 3.25% of stats. So this is basically like a top tier. This is a top tier inscription that I could totally transmute and try to get some better stats on it. I also got. Can I find this? I got like a very, oh, no, that wasn't it. This, I got this the other day also. 1.8% all damage in the bottom slot. So this is like 4.5% of stats right here. This is like an incredible roll in this bottom stat here. So what I can do, and what I likely will do, is I'm going to put this destructive inscription on this armament here. I'm going to put the destructive inscription on this, and then I will be able to transmute this 10 times at 3 stones per roll, and I will try to build this into some sort of a good armament. Because I can roll anything here. I could roll infantry stuff, I could roll cav stuff, or I could roll archer stuff. In any case, it would be a very good armament. But let's open up these chests and try to get a few more. Just recyclable stuff there. Humble Death says, if you guys can have better field control, it would have been a different KvK. The fact that we were able to overwhelm you guys 95% of the time made our lives easier. But overall, this KvK experience has been a roller coaster mentally and very draining. Yeah, Sneaky, I agree with that assessment 100%. I think that sums up the KvK very, very well. I think you guys winning the open field all the time made your lives much easier. And a lot of my salt comes from just that, right? My salt comes from the fact that you guys won the open field constantly, and therefore you had a much easier job. And so I was kind of like, well, you know, why are we getting all this grief when like you guys have such an easier job of it? And you know, sometimes one side is just better at the open field. This seems okay-ish. It's not going to be good enough for me to use, but this is 1.5, 3, 4.8% of stats. I mean, honestly, at this point, this barely qualifies as savable for me, honestly. But yeah, I think Sneaky, you pretty much nailed it there, right? I think you nailed it there. And like, I give you guys credit for winning the open field. Like, believe me, there's nothing I would like more in my life than to have a team that just wins the open field all the time. Like, that's what I want. That makes my life much easier. Okay, so there's another double inscription. This is like double inscription number 6 for me. Another very mediocre archer armament here. But yeah, we've got another double inscription. Everyone is, or some people out there are very jealous of me for all these double inscriptions. We will take a look at it here in a minute. So the luck continues on my chest openings. Oh, here's amazing. Look at this archer health. That's a max roll archer health. Okay, so this is amazing. This is amazing. Yeah, this is a max roll archer health in the flag slot. I need to be able to get an inscription for this, but this is the kind of thing that you acquire an inscription that you can apply to anything. You put it on this inscription, and then you try to build something even better. Because 3.5% archer health is literally a max roll on health. That's fantastic. It's not as good as 2% all damage, obviously, but that's a great roll. And that's a great inscription right there that I can build into something better. Wise Eye says the most important thing is the most common word I heard in the voice chat is F. That's very interesting feedback, Wise Eye, because I did say on voice chat last night, I was like, I wonder what the 2217 Discord is like, voice chat is like. I basically said that, I said it's probably similar to 2254's voice chat, where there's like a lot of like aggression and a lot of gay jokes. That was my prediction. But, you know, I feel like what Wise I just said is sort of close to what I was predicting. Not exactly the same, but yeah. I assume that 2554 dropped a lot of F-bombs as well. All right, so here's the double inscription. Let's take a look at this. We just lost KvK. We just fought for 22 or 23 days straight. We lost after 22 or 23 days. We pissed off some of our teammates. We felt pretty bummed out at times. We tried our best. We didn't get great trades. My Autarch stats might not be great. My boss is pissed at me. I did buy Bitcoin at the right time, but still I feel like I deserve a little bit more. Give me something good on this double inscription. Here we go. Retaliatory and Warcry. Decent all damage stats. I think these are pretty good inscriptions. I think Retaliatory is not great. I think Warcry is very good. Yep, Warcry is 3.5% attack. Retaliatory is 2.5% extra counterattack damage. That's decent. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's basically a Viking. That's basically a Viking civilization right there. Okay, so that's two very good double inscriptions. These stats are interesting. I would maybe lock the all damage. Yeah, 2217 is discussing how many F-bombs are being used in their voice chat. We dropped some. I appreciate the hundreds. Yeah, this is a 100. This double inscription is an 100 for sure. Would I lock this all damage? This all damage is like 2.7% of stats. So it's pretty close. Like it's pretty close to like an all like a max health roll. And the thing about the all damage is that you can like it's open. What slot was that in? Was that another? I wish it was in a better slot. It's another scroll. It's another scroll. Like most of my marches already have like a scroll, double armament. So like this is a little bit tough, but yeah, I mean I think I would lock the all damage because this can become anything. But then the question is, do I need... How good of an armament do I need on my infantry and on my archers? Ward is not... Ward is quite good. Ward is quite good. I don't exactly know how to evaluate this. This is something like... All right, so this would be... This would be... This would be 12.5% of stats, but it's only part of the time. I don't know. This is... Ward is maybe like, what, 6% of stats? Something like that. So Ward is about equal to the double inscription. And then the Boudica has... Humble Dust says you should start working on your wedge, to be honest. You have way too many arch. I understand you're focused on garrison, but your field is taking a big blow. Yeah, I'm getting to that point. I'm definitely getting to that point. I just needed Hunter. I needed Hunter, and then my wedge would be like pretty good. My wedge would be usable. Because Hunter is like 15% of stats, and so this wedge formation would be usable at that point. I probably do need to work. I do need to transition to wedge. Because like that double inscription, is it even usable, right? Like look at this. Like I can put destructive on this like right now, right? This is 4.7, 6.3, 8.3. This is like 9% of stats right here. Like right here. So like it's pretty tough to beat either of these with that double inscription. It's possible, but it's like a little tough. Let me roll this thing once. Let me just roll this thing once at three stats. The truth is I want Cav because I probably need like a third Cav arch formation set. So I kind of want Cav here. There we go. I mean, okay, that's an amazing roll. Okay, I mean, I wanted Cav. I got a max roll Cav defense. I mean, okay, that's a pretty amazing armament, like for sure. That's a pretty amazing armament. Okay, there we go. We have a start. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. All right, so I'm going to jump in COO. If anybody wants to join me for a future game, go ahead and just let me know in the chat, and I will absolutely add you. Let me put my best gear on the marches I'm going to use in COO. Yeah, I do need to switch to wedge actually, because I just have so much good archer stuff or arch formation stuff that it's like, wow. I mean, the way I fight in the open field is like very like normal attack heavy. I do not do anywhere near as much skill damage as most people do because I'm constantly like running back and forth in dot mode. Wise Eye, thank you. Thank you for the congrats. Oh, Natsu, you want to join? Oh, Chris wants to join too. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me message Natsu so I get his Natsu, are you in D right now? Natsu, go ahead and send me a message if you can. All right, so let me add Chris. Liza says, yeah, I'm Cav plate and I have 13% health on infantry. Yeah, my Guan set is like basically my best set of armaments. You're an S. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's probably time to it's probably time to start doing more wedge stuff. And yeah, it probably does like massively hurt my field, to be honest. Because when I'm in like a smaller scale fight in the field, what wrecks me is the AoE damage. It's like they just nuke the march they're not targeting, they nuke like the other marches down like way more. Humble Dust says my Archer one has 36% of stats, like how I haven't transmuted. Oh, there's Natsu. Yeah, my Guan is like 36 to 38% of stats, and that's basically my best set. Which is like not a great look, but like the thing is Sneaky, like there's still room for me to improve on my Yan Garrison. Like that's the problem. My Yan Garrison is like is quite mediocre. It's quite mediocre. It's something like 28% of stats. It's something very low. All right, boys, go ahead and ready up. Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm going to go to 2 infantry marches first. My plan is pretty clear, and feel good about it. My plan is to build Huo first, so I have 3 very good cavalry marches, and then I'm going to build Lu Chi, and I will replace the Guan with the Lu Chi and run a Lu Chi Scipio infantry march. I would love to build tankier based on the way I play, but I need to build Huo first because I just need Huo pretty badly. And let me get into a fighting posture here, which is for me to kind of sit in a very weird position in my chair. And here we go. So it looks like I'm all alone here. Do I prep for a fight? I'm just gonna use this. Yeah. I'm heading the Nevsky first. I preloaded like a bit of rage, but I'm getting wrecked, so I'm just gonna run. I might as well just run. Yeah, so I mean, I think there's wedge formation in a nutshell. I think there's literally wedge formation in a nutshell, which is their AoE damage does a lot more to me. Than I do with my arch formation. And that's just life, basically. So we're definitely going to get overrun here, so I'm just going to go back to the base with Chris. We're not really using our buff very well here, but it is what it is. Why this is, what does it mean of stats, like all stats? Yeah, I just like convert things like all damage and inscriptions to stats. So like for me, 1% of all damage is 2.5% of stats. And it's just like a way to rather simply, you know, compare armaments, right? You know, you just, you know, the flaw with my system is that I'm treating health like in the exact same way that I treat everything else. Like I treat health in to the same degree that I treat attack, which is not perfect, but it's just like a simple way of like comparing armaments to each other. And I think it works pretty well. And it's like a way to like add up, you can add up all your armaments and give like a single numerical value to your armament set. And so like when I added up Yoda's armaments like a few months ago, Yoda had, you know, roughly like 50 to 60% of armaments, or 50 to 60% of stats on all of his armaments. And then from there, you have like a baseline of what like the biggest player in the game has, and you can compare like how much of an advantage he has compared to you. So, I mean, certainly there's going to be some players like on my spending level who probably have, you know, 35 to 40% of stats on their like garrison or rally armaments. And so then at that point, you maybe only have like a, you know, 10 to 15% disadvantage versus Yoda. And then you just kind of know that that's where your advantage is. All right, this is a loss, so I'm going to run. I'm going to run to my friends. And okay, so here what I want to do is, if they all follow me, then we can hold the other flag. And it looks like, how many are following me here? One? Might just be one that's following me here. Let me zoom in here. I think I targeted the Guan, which is not great. But he's going down. Killing one. What the hell did they just say garrison captain for? Anyway, we're winning. It's all good. Yes, the of stats single numerical value is just like a way to compare yourself and get a sense of like what kind of advantage or disadvantage you have compared to somebody else. So like Tay from 2902 has an amazing set of armaments on their Yan garrison, and I think I added up as they had 59% of stats, whereas I have like 28% of stats on mine. And so you know, they have a roughly 30% stat advantage on their armaments, but I have better gear. I think I make back about 12% of that in gear. And so I can say that Tay has something like 15 to 18% of stats advantage on me overall when you factor in everything. And it's just a way to like actually figure out what sort of advantage the enemy might have. I should have primed this. This was like an obvious place to prime because we knew there was going to be a fight, so I should have totally primed it. I actually think this skill that I just cast, this it's like a rage buff. It gives you like more rage per second. I think the reason that you prime it is because you literally get more rage even before you start fighting. Like, I think your rage bar goes up even before you start fighting with this skill. We can test it here since this is a blowout. And that's like insane. If you actually think about it in COO, that's actually insanely strong. If you can have rage before the fight even begins, that's like a huge advantage. But here, let's test it. Let's test this out, because we're going to win for sure. So let's see what happens if I throw this rage on me. Does my bar start going up? My bar doesn't seem to be going up. Guess I need to fight somebody to see. Couldn't tell there. Humble says, always focus on Guan first. That's the only thing I know about the game mode. That silence is OP. Yeah, I probably should always focus the Guan first. But like if a cav march gets to me first, yo, good job, Chris. Thanks for the very nice carry. You made that game very easy. Yeah, Natsu, I'll rate your arch set after this COO session. Alice says she wants to join. Where's Alice? Alice from the enemy? Alice the Real? Does Alice the Real want to join us? Yeah, I think I'm pretty easy to find. I'm our 4 in D, so she can just message me. Alice the Real. Actually, Alice the Real is like who I fought last night. When I was like hardcore spewing and like building pointless flags. Alice the Real is who I fought. Actually, Alice the Real hit my city last night. Alice the Real tried to hit my city last night when all my garrisons were in flags. And I had a naked Zoog on the wall. But I mean, this looks insanely good, Natsu. I forget exactly what straightforward or whatever is worth, but I'm thinking I give it like 8% of stats. I never know what to give it destructive, but I'm gonna give it 5% of stats. So here's 13. I forget exactly what patronage, strategic, and guardians are, but I think they're all like fairly good. So I think we can maybe give all of these 3%. So that's 24%, 34%, 42%, 47.5%, 49%. So you're basically right around 50%, roughly. You're roughly right around 50% with this set. So that's like an extremely good set. All right, let's find Alice the Real here. I mean, we have to grind Olympia every week because... Oh, we zeroed Mini Alice, by the way. Speaking of Alice the Real, we zeroed Mini Alice. Or at least one of Mini Alice's farms. Yeah, I cannot find out. Oh, there. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I was looking through the whole friggin' list, and she was an R4. Oh, the only thing is we can't play with 4. We're gonna need to get one more. I'll throw an invite out in Lost Kingdom chat. Yeah, we can't play with 4. I don't think we can queue with 4, so we need one more. Yeah, I'm counting inscriptions as stats. Yeah, I'm adding the inscriptions to the stats. And I just spitballed those because I don't know exactly what those inscriptions are, but they all read like pretty good ones. Patronage, Guardians, and the other one that started with an S. There's Paco. All right, Nat, so we're outnumbered here. We're outnumbered, but I guess we have a pretty real team here for unranked. Shout out to Chris with the very Hannibal Lecter-like profile pic. I mean, I see Hannibal Lecter here. I don't know what other people see, but that's what I see. Banks says, ain't never touching Olympia again. Yeah, Banks had the miracle win last time. I don't know, Banks, you're an infantry player. Olympia is an infantry game mode. Natsu seems to know something with the Ethelfled. 2 of us have Honda. I know Honda's like very good in Olympia. I'm obviously like very soft, right? Like you saw me get my ass kicked in that last game. Like I straight up got my ass kicked in that original fight. You know, so it's like I'm just like, I don't know, man. I am such a wet noodle in this game. I am such a wet noodle. It's one thing, it's like one of the main takeaways I had from this KvK is that like I somehow just have to get stronger in the open field. Because like I just cannot win a fair fight. I cannot win a fair fight. Yeah, Alice just has to hit ready. Oh, we lost Paco. So let me invite again. Oh, I can invite Paco here. Oh, now we lost Alice. There we go. There we go. I mean, I think the issue we have here is that we're all going mixed. So we're like all buffing each other. And like our buffs are gonna like stack on top of each other. So I think the only thing we can do that's good is we can like, at least one of us should be like preloading the rage buff like before fights, like just guessing that there's gonna be a fight. Because like we're a little bit like non-synergized with all of these mixed teams here. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, they're like looking really hard for a team against us. Like, dude, just give us 5 randoms. What the hell? Banks has got to try the classic Ethel Constantine from Old Canyon days. I always just ran Richard Constantine. I still run Richard Constantine in Canyon, but yeah, I mean, I think Sneaky is basically right that I need to do more wedge formation for my open field, and Arch is like really hurting me there. Like the combination of not having Ottoman plus not having Arch plus not having Twilight Falls, like that combo is like pretty freaking massive. That's like 15% of skill damage that other people are using that I'm not using. And that's like, that's probably a pretty big deal right there. That's probably a pretty big deal. But at least I'll build Lu Chi, and then I'll have like a little extra normal attack damage to like buff his smite stuff. And beyond that, I'm just going to keep grinding. I'm just going to keep grinding the game. Doing all these side events like Olympia, so I get more gold heads. You know? Doing well in Ark of Osiris, so I get 10 gold heads every couple weeks. And I don't know really what else to do other than that. In terms of... Okay, so there's 2 of them here. This is interesting. I'm kind of confident with Natsu, so... I'm kind of just going to go with it. I don't know. I guess I got wrecked. Sorry, Natsu. I got wrecked. Yeah, sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. Who are we up against here? A405? Humble Death, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Lucky, I believe armaments work in Olympia. I think so. Alright, so this is not a great start. We're not getting the... We're probably not getting mid. We're losing 3 of the 4 flags. But we ride. We ride. Yeah, my engage there wasn't great. My Nevsky got wrecked like really fast. I guess we just kill this person at this flat, like right here. Like, I guess this is just like a good engage for us, and so we just do it. We just kill them. Holy shit. Holy shit, Paco, bro. We just got... Oh my god, Paco. Oh no. Oh no. We just lost this. We just lost the 6 versus 3. Oh my god. I mean, he had the 50%. He had the 50% damage boost, but like, I've never seen that before. I've genuinely never seen that before. Okay, Alice is a beast. Alice is a beast. We just have to... I have to hold this. And maybe Alice can get here. Maybe I can harass? Alright, so Chris has to somehow stop Riker here. Alright, so the egg got dropped on our side. Let me kill this Boudica real quick. It's almost dead. Let me target the Zoog with everything I have. Can I kill the Zoog? Please kill the Zoog. Okay. Good job, Nevsky. Alright, so they're grabbing the egg, but Chris is coming. Did Chris just beat Riker? Did Chris just beat Riker, who beat us, me and Paco, in a freaking 6 versus 3? Alright, my Guan's back. Everybody's back. Okay, so Natsu's going there. I feel like we have to somehow cheat here and take some of these flags at the same time. Can I somehow cheat here? I need to cheat. I need to cheat. I need to cheat. Alice got it. Alice got it. All right. All right. So we return the egg, but it may all be for naught. The Guan should probably stay here. Yeah, I mean we can surrender. We can surrender. That's fine. Oh, was that guy Inf? That guy was Inf? Bro. That dude wrecked us. That dude wrecked us. I have to give a heart to Chris there because I feel like Chris might have even beat that dude. Oh my, he had Alex? We lost to Alex? Why can't I look on this guy's stats? Or why can't I expand his oh, there we go. Dude, Paco, we just got 3 versus 6 against the freaking Alex Caesar. And a Scipio Mechmed. Bro. I cannot deal with how much of a wet noodle I am in this game. I just can't deal with how much of a wet noodle I am. Honestly, my contribution and my productivity in this game is pretty good for being a complete wet noodle. God dang, man. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. It's close, Paco. It's close, man. I mean, COO is different than KvK, but it's reflective of certain things in KvK. Where it's just like very dumb for me to like stand and fight against almost anyone, because like the trade is negative, and I would just do better like running back and forth and like kind of outmaneuvering people. But like running back and forth and outmaneuvering people is not like the best strategy. The best strategy is to like be a pretty durable frontline fighter who like scares the enemy into running away instead of you being scared into running away. And I think, I don't know, man, it's just tough. It's so tough. I'm like Arabia. I'm Arabia because I do like Archer. I do Cav rally sometimes, but there's a part of me that thinks I would be so much better off being France and getting that like healing speed bonus, or being Ottoman and getting that 6% or 5% skill damage on all my marches. Anka says he legit laughed for real, but I honestly cry. I cry when that shit happens. Although he did have the rune. He had the like 50% damage rune. Muhammad says, the moment we see Honda, Trajan, or 3 infantry marches in Olympia, we get melt fast. Saul says, playing with 2217, cool. You got new viewers out of it at least. Yeah, it was a good stream. It was a very good stream. I mean, I guess I'll buff other people, but like it's kind of like they can buff themselves, so I don't even know. All right, can I be alone in this matchup? Let me look at the enemy. Okay, the enemy looks. They have somebody from OV, but they overall look pretty noob. So I'm gonna solo go over here. Why not? Oh, somebody else is here with me. Okay. I'm just gonna attack the randos here. Yeah, Netsu, let's just cover this. Let's just cover this. We'll win the fight, and then we will yeah, Natsu can maybe cheat here. Maybe I can defend. I'm probably outgunned here, but I'm going to at least wear them down a bit. Maybe kill the Nevsky and run away. Maybe I can just beat these guys. Okay, I'm just gonna wear these guys down. They're not that strong. I mean, I guess they have the apple. That's the only problem. I guess the problem is they have the apple here. Okay, so Alice should be able to take that back. I think I'll just go here. They're getting the apple, right? Yeah, they're getting the apple. They have some beast. Ugandan Brutta seems to be pretty good. Okay, Chris is here, so we'll we're just gonna go in on him. All right, let's kill Ugandan Brutta. All right, he's running. That's fine. We'll speed boost my way towards him. Oh, Oh my gosh, my life. F my life, honestly. Alright, so Alice is at the apple. Oh, she has the apple. Okay. Go, 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 Alice. Go, 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 go. Alright, so Alice made a good run there. We have 3 of the 4 flags right now, so we're kind of doing okay here. I mean, we're still winning the territory game very well. We're winning this fight here, so, like, it's not bad. You know what? I'm just going to go and secure this. I'm just going to go and secure this. Milk, welcome to the stream. Milk says 770 dog shit, Natsu, Brian Noller, terrible players. I actually think I'm terrible. After playing COO for these last 3 matches, I actually think I am terrible. But, you know, I surround myself with good players. Like, that's the thing. I surround myself with good players. Okay, so this is very close. This is very, very close. We could go for the apple. I'm gonna send Boudica for the apple. I'm splitting. Oh man, they're all here. So this is not winnable. Okay, so this is not winnable. Oh shit. Shit, 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 shit. Should I go there or should I go... Okay, we're gonna flip this, I think. I think we flipped this in time, yep. I don't know if we win this fight, but we flip it. Please target somebody. Shit. Oh my gosh, I didn't target anybody for like 10 seconds there. GG. Good job. Good try. Good try. I don't think I played very well there, but I feel like some people played well. I think Alice played extremely good there. I mean, I guess I got a lot of assists, but... that was a close match. Close match. Close match. Alright, I think we need to run it again. I think we need to get to 2-2 on the night. I think we need to get to 2-2 on the night here. Mohammed says, try using AoE commander as primary like Joan or Zug. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I mean, Chris is using Zug Boudica. The thing is, I don't want to like change my armaments. Like, I don't want to move my... I'm not able to move my Boudica armaments to Zug unless I like do it manually, because like my 5 presets are already established. So I think I'm kind of stuck with what I have. I guess I could use the Joan primary instead of Nevsky. I could use the Joan primary instead of Nevsky, but I don't know, it's unranked. We just kind of ride. I don't really mind Olympia. I mean, I'm not that good at it, because I just don't think my marches are very strong, but it's like a decent game mode. It's not the worst game mode at all. You actually do make decisions that affect the outcome. There's like skill-based decisions about like where to go, who to fight, who to target, that are like skill-based. So 2902 is trying to recruit Gypsy, their campmate, in the chat. Natsu says, I like teams with 2 inf, 3 mix, and good plans. Yeah, I guess we don't plan too much, but I think like the basic good strategy in Champions of Olympia, and I don't always follow this because I try to do too much hero stuff. The basic good strategy in Olympia is you just like go to where your teammate is. Like you stay with a teammate, because then you have the opportunity to outnumber the enemy. And if you outnumber the enemy, then they basically are like wasting their efforts. You know, so like I just try to like see where my teammates are, and like generally I try to like go and join my teammates. But I don't do a very good job of it, but that's like what I try to do. One mid, 2 top, 2 bottom. Is that good on all the maps though? Is 2-1-2 good on all the maps? Like sending just one person middle? Okay, so Chris is going all inf. That's interesting. Probably better. Can you change your gear around during Olympia? I guess you can. All right, here we go. The road to 2-2 on the night. As it says, one team they're flagging enemy and one team they're flagging home. Well, let's have me and Natsu keep going bottom. I feel like Alice middle and Paco and Chris top. Yeah, let's just keep doing me and Natsu bottom, Chris and Paco top, Alice middle. But doesn't it all change like once you die once? Like, doesn't it completely change once you die one time? And you just like go wherever is most appropriate? They keep matching us up with like real teams. It's like, come on. Even though I said that last team was noobs, and then they beat us, but all right, here's the original map. Here's Echo Canyon. All right, so what's bot in this case? Is bot the other direction? I guess I'm bot. And let me buff Chris, because Chris is I don't even know who I'm buffing. Whatever, I'm buffing this person. Oh, so we're like 3 here, so we're gonna crush these people. Okay, so they got here first, but we're gonna crush them. All right, I actually switched targets fast that time, which is good. And this worked out like fairly well, I would say. Because they went heavy here, but we just went heavier. I think we can go mid. I mean, I see Natsu going mid, so I can go mid with Natsu. We've got somebody else going mid here. Alice is mid. So we just win this as well. I'll help Alice, and Natsu can cap it. Yep, this is fine. This is fine. All right. Let's kill this nerd. Okay, forget it. Okay, come here. Let me just try to prep this. Let me just rage prep right here. I'm just gonna rage prep now. Buff my Nevsky. Outnumber this Korean nerd here. Me and Paco. We're gonna show him how it's done. We're gonna show this guy how it's done. 6 versus 3. 6 versus 2. We can handle a 6 versus 2. Although I'm not even targeting the guy. Oh, there he is. There we go. How are we losing? Okay, I can make a difference mid for sure. I kind of want to heal. I want to heal and assess. This flag looks lost. The bottom flag looks lost. Our flag looks recoverable. Where do I want to go here? I think me and Alice need to move together wherever we go. Okay, so Alice is going there. She's going to help there. Yeah, okay, we're going to go here. We're going to go here. Oofa, we are in trouble here. Oops. You know what? I'm cheating. I'm going to be aggressive because we just have to be. We just have to YOLO this. Maroon A, I've heard of him before. Yeah, I mean, I cheated here and got this flag, but I don't think it's enough. And because I cheated, we might lose the fight here. So Chris might win. So Paco's capping there. My thing is they're all just going to come back. and kill me. So maybe I can go mid, win this fight. I should have prepped. See, I need to prep this rage. Like, that's what I'm doing badly. But I'm not prepping the rage. What is with these garrison captain messages? It's freaking insane. I feel like these guys outplayed us somehow because I feel like we are outfighting them. All right, I think we need to wave the white flag here. Must have fought like all the weak opponents. Well, sometimes the enemy just gets the better of you. And that seems to be the case tonight in COO. But there were some very good matches. That third match was very good. I think the enemy just got lucky, in my opinion. And of course, I typed in that last line in Lost Kingdom chat as usual. Alice played very good. Alice is like a very good COO player for sure. I mean, we just like beat them so hard in the fighting, so it's kind of weird that we lost that one. But I think we got our rewards there, so I think we'll call it at that. I'm going to call it at those 4 matches. Oh, do we need one more? Oh, never mind. I'll invite you guys back. We need one more. Yeah, let me invite you guys back. If we need one more, then we need one more. And I think we need one more game to get our rewards. So if anybody wants to play one more, go ahead, rejoin. Everybody be sure to throw a like on the stream if you're enjoying this content. We lost the KvK, but we are now playing Champions of Olympia with the people who beat us. And, you know, life and Rise of Kingdoms is nothing if not unexpected. And that's really all I can say about tonight. Apparently I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours too, which is insane. I had no idea I was streaming that long. I'm going to throw out an invite into our Alliance chat in case somebody else wants to join. But Paco and I can also, you know, absolutely wreck people, as we've shown tonight. Yeah, Pop, go ahead and ready if you want. Oh, there's Alice. Okay. Yeah, things are very unexpected. That's pretty much what I woke up telling myself today, because I was like, you know what? I'm kind of bummed that we lost. I have some questions about the future, but we're probably not going to have another tough war for like 5 months. And the amount of things that can happen in 5 months is like so insanely high that it would be a little bit weird to draw conclusions at this point. And so because of that, what you do is, or what I try to do is, I just try to be the best I can be every day. Knowing that you can't control so much of the future, knowing that so much of the future is completely unpredictable. I try to just wake up every day and have a very good day. I almost always fail at that. I mean, the number of days that I would give myself an A or an A- is like very low. I pretty much have like B days like almost every day of my life, where I accomplish most of what I want to accomplish, but not all of it. I hardly ever accomplish everything I want to. But, you know, over the next 5 months before our next war, if I exercise regularly, get in better shape, if I do well with my work and do well with my investments and my side hustles, if I grow the YouTube channel and grow this YouTube community, if I improve some of my relationships, then I will be better prepared for the next big war we have. Like, I'll just be in a better place for that next war. And if you're in a better place, then you generally play better, vibe better, lead better. The other thing I probably need to do is I probably need to move. My neighbor above me is just like way too loud. My sleep's like, it's just too hard to sleep. He just wakes me up way too often. So I probably need to move, and that would also could be like a very good way to improve my life and improve my mindset. So, I mean, that's just where I'm at with stuff. Is I just need to play my best game. And also I need to stay like pretty sober. Like being pretty sober is like a big part of that for sure. And I'm just going to do those things. Kite says, you guys got stats yet? We don't have full stats, no. We haven't really seen... I think we saw stats like before Kingsland started, but that's about it. Alright. Hopefully me and Paco don't face another 6 versus 3 here. Our opponents look... I recognize one alliance name, but that's it. I recognize B10, but the rest I don't recognize. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prime this right now. I'm priming these marches. Then we go in on this Alex Guan and so-and-so. I think we'll target the Guan. Why does my Boudica not target these people? What the hell? But this is like the power of like outnumbering the enemy. Is that they're just like completely... They're not accomplishing anything. We took that flag. We're gonna kill the Guan, then we're not gonna kill either one, they're gonna run away. Right, we have all the flags. All right, this feels a bit more manageable. This matchup. I guess we should just camp here because they're gonna come to us. Oh yeah, dude, we're beasts, Paco. We're crushing. We're absolute crushers. Okay. So we have the flag, so we can just fight them here and we're not losing much. Does Joker feel the impending feat of death coming to him? He should. What? Wait, Love TH? Isn't that... I thought Love TH is in our alliance. There's literally someone whose name is very similar to Love TH in our freaking alliance. Oh, Kyle, sorry, I didn't see the I didn't see your message, Kyle. I apologize. All right. Nice one. Nice one. Yeah, so we went 2 and 3 on the night. Not the best, not the worst. I could swear this dude... There's someone with a very similar name in our alliance. Alright. GG's, y'all. GG's. Ugh. I think that is going to do it for the stream tonight. Thank you to all the members who hung out. Lucky and Algebra and Alloys. Thank you to Fatty and Ark for the donations. Thank you to everyone from 2217 for hanging out in the chat, making it a very enjoyable stream. Time flew, actually. And, you know, it ended up being a very long stream. That was cool. Shout out to the Handsome Devils for playing extremely good in this KvK. Shout out to 2263 for being excellent allies. Shout out to 2313, 1903, and 1020 for making it interesting in Kingsland. Shout out to our friends and our foes for a great KvK. Shout out to shout out to 1252 for being an amazing group to join our alliance. Shout out to the Koreans in our kingdom for showing up in the second half of this war. Shout out to Benny, shout out to Grasshopper, shout out to Captain. Shout out to Tay-Tay, Mofo Kyle, Paco. Shout out to everybody who has helped make this stream and this channel better. I'm running out of things to say. It's been a long stream. It's been a long month. It's been a long war. But it ended on a good note. And for that, I thank everybody. And I'll see you all on the flip side.